Testing. Huh? Recording. Hi everyone, we're going to get started in a few minutes if you'd like to take your seats.
You sure you don't want to do it? Thanks, Dan. Go now. Hello everyone. Hello, welcome to the Connected Futures Festival. Before we start, I'd just like to share the following housekeeping notes. Bathrooms are through the doors you came into through the Rosalind Franklin room. There are 2 accessible bathrooms at each end of the room as well. If the fire alarm is activated, there'll be a loud siren. Please leave via the staircases following the green fire exit signs. Do not use the lifts. Staff will guide you to the assembly point on Millennium Square. Smoking is allowed on the North Terrace only or outside the building. The Wi-Fi name and password is available on the registration desk, and also there is an iPad to register your car for a 10% discount over at the conference registration desk. Please register your car any time before you leave the car park. If you would like a quiet space or a multi-faith room, please ask a member of the venue staff and they will guide you to them. If you gave us your dietary requirements, these will have been confirmed to the caterer. Please ask them if you are unsure. And please do enjoy the demos down in Millennium Square during the lunch break and after the conference. And thank you and enjoy your day.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Bristol in such a wonderful spring day, isn't it? I mean, we're really delighted about this. And today we are all together to discuss about technology breakthroughs, innovation and collaboration, and celebrate all these things. But most importantly, I hope that we are going to have a lot of open discussions, debates, and at the same time experience how a connected world is going to look like in 2035. And these experiences, of course, are not here, because here you experience me. They are down in the Millennium Square. So that is where important things are happening. So just to say that this event is being delivered by a number of government-funded initiatives, and that is by Reason, our project Reason, also our joiner platform, and the Federated Telecom Hubs. And Harold asked me to remind you all that concerning the Federated Telecoms Hubs, we follow up for 2 days in Cambridge after this for the international symposium that is happening there. So today is day 1, and then we have 2 more days. Now, of course, the delivery is actually in the hands of our brilliant partners. We are Smart Engineering Lab leading the delivery, but we are working with Watershed, with We the Curious, with Sayabia, and also Innovate Comms. So it's a collective result of many people and a number of local and not local organizations. So today we are asking you to imagine the future. And some of us, being academics, we imagine the future all the time. That's our job. But today we have another challenge because we are inviting the public to imagine and experience this future and become actually stakeholder and co-creator of this future with us. And maybe I'm going to tell you about this, how this is going to work a little bit later. So we're here at Bristol, and the event is happening not only at Bristol, it's happening in 3 other places. So we have a synchronized live event, and I think that the other places are actually listening to this introduction, this welcome talk. So things are happening in Belfast, and things are happening in Cambridge and in London. And we are all connected together through our new national network joiner, which is the first time here that we actually demonstrate that the network works and delivers and connects and actually is there to deliver innovation. It's really an absolute emotional moment for me and for many of my colleagues. So what is going to happen? We are having a workshop here. And this workshop, we are having an address from our Minister of Telecoms, Sir Chris Bryan. Unfortunately, this is by video because we chose the day to be the Spring Budget Day. So that was really very, very poor planning. But we're very grateful that Chris Bryan actually took the time yesterday to record a speech for us. And then we are going to have a keynote speech from Nectaria Eftimiou from BT, talking about future of networks, or future of advanced connectivity, which I understand is the new term now. And I'm looking forward to the panel discussions, because our first panel is going to be discussing how actually the world, connected world in 2035 is going to look like. So that is an interesting debate. And then we are having innovators across the UK that are going to tell us what technologies they're delivering in order to make this future, to create this future for us here in the UK and, of course, globally. Lunchtime, I would like really to encourage you to go down into the square and look at our demos. There are about 105 people delivering these demos, and this is not only University of Bristol, it's our partners, our collaborators. So please go down there and experience what is happening. Some of the things are really breakthrough, and we've never seen these applications before. And after that, we're having 2 other panels. The first panel is going to ask the really key questions. Yes, we are going to make this incredible future, but it has to be sustainable, it has to be private, it has to be ethical, it has to be inclusive. So looking forward to this debate, I'm sure all of us. And in the end, we are having actually key representatives of sectors like cities, transport, creative, and so on, that hopefully they're going to tell us why they need or they don't need at all new connectivity networks to deliver value to their sectors. And again, this finishing at around 4 o'clock. And we are going to have another opportunity to go out there and actually experience more of the demos, because the lunchtime break is not going to be enough. So please enjoy the day. And we're talking about breakthroughs. We achieved a breakthrough yesterday. And I'm going to embarrass my colleague, Richard Pendy. Richard, where are you? Back there, he doesn't want to be seen. But yesterday, we managed to do a quantum encrypted video communication between Richard and myself. And there are many world firsts in this communication. And I just captured very quickly a 1-minute video, which is really quite silly, but I thought I'm going to show it to you because it's setting up that breakthrough and breakthroughs that are happening in the UK. And actually, yes, we shouldn't be embarrassed. I shouldn't be embarrassed about this, but please look what happened yesterday. So who is playing the video?
We've implemented a nationwide quantum network across the United Kingdom, from Bristol to Cambridge. It spans over 410 kilometers of dark fiber, including 5 trusted nodes, and integrating 3 distinct QKD protocols: entanglement-based, coherent one-way, and decoy state BB84. The system features FPGA-based Layer 2 MACsec encryption and decryption. We invited Professor Dimitra Simeonida, Director of the Smart Internet Lab at the University of Bristol, and Professor Richard Penty, Head of the School of Technology at the University of Cambridge, to join a video call over this quantum-secured connection.
Hello, Richard. So nice to see you.
Yeah, turned up second time lucky.
We are doing this quantum video call. Our video streams are quantum encrypted with 3 protocols. 2 DVQD and 1 entanglement protocol, so you can tell me whatever you want. And this is not going, we are not going to have any eavesdropping, so that's your chance, my friend.
That's what I said.
This is the moment and the opportunity.
Well,
Poor Richard, he didn't manage to get a walkthrough. Thank you, Richard, for allowing to show this. It is a real first, so it's going to be presenting hopefully to a big international conference next week in San Francisco. But I thought, why not? Why not? We have a lot of playful elements today, so this is another one. So this is my introduction, and I would like to introduce now Pro Vice Chancellor for Science and Engineering, Professor Ian Bond. So Ian.
Thank you. So, good morning, everybody. Welcome again to this amazing harbourside venue. It's fantastic to be out in the spring sunshine as well. You've organised the weather, not only the event, which is fantastic to see. As Dimitri says, my name is Professor Ian Bond. I am the Pro Vice Chancellor for Science and Engineering at the University of Bristol. And I'm sure I don't need to tell everyone in this room how important the future of networks and communications are. They're of global strategic importance. It's quite clear in many of the kind of geopolitical tensions we're seeing at the moment that communications is playing a key part in that. And being connected plays a key role in our everyday lives. It's critical to the future of how we live, how we work, and how we enjoy our life. And I notice, people on their phones now all the time. It's become part of our everyday lives. We're fortunate as a university to be the host of several major research initiatives involving telecommunications in a broad sense. UK TIN, which Dimitri mentioned, is an innovation network for the UK telecom sector, funded by the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology. And we're proud to be a part of that consortium along with our partners in Digital Catapult, Cambridge Wireless and WM5G. And that really is helping catalyse telecoms R&D with talent, the future investment and the cooperation and commercialisation that will need to come along as part of that development. I'd also like to come back to the 2 programmes of work that Dimitri referenced, Joiner and Reason. Joiner, the Joint Open Infrastructure for Networks Research, I hope I got that right, is the UK's first national accelerator programme working towards 6G and beyond, and involves the coming together of many universities, Bristol, Oxford, Southampton, Imperial, Cambridge, Leeds, Glasgow, Queen's Belfast, Cranfield, UCL, and the Digital Catapult as well. So that shows a true collaborative team there to deliver that activity. And Reason, realising enabling architecture and solutions for open networks. I hope I got that one right too. That's bringing together an ecosystem of telecommunications R&D supply chain. So that's involving 3 major equipment suppliers in the form of Ericsson, Samsung and Nokia. So you can see between those 2 activities, it's both the academic fundamental work alongside the supply chain being developed. I'd also like to pay tribute to Dimitra herself and her team in Smart Internet Lab. They've been pivotal to the success of many of these R&D projects, as you've just seen, a perfect example there of the work that's going on. And establishing that UK's capabilities in the future of networks and communications. And you can see how that's literally happening as we speak. Innovation simply means the application of creative solutions to real-world problems. This is a basic maxim, and one that perhaps obscures for many the underlying process and context that underpins it. It's a simple word, but it means a lot. In reality, effective innovation can require patient investment in both fundamental and applied research, cross-disciplinary working, cross-sector collaboration, much risk-taking, and that iteration that then needs to take place to make sure that you reach the goals that you've set out to achieve. So there's that trust and that vision. And these are very much attributes at the heart of research-intensive universities like Bristol and the others I mentioned as well. And it's those innovation ecosystems across the globe that really allow us to present our world-class research to the world and how we develop that technology. So at the University of Bristol, we're committed to the civic ethos of involving the community in co-producing technologies, and social responsibility is a key part of that. And again, we're seeing a lot of challenges around the use of social media, which is kind of where perhaps we don't always want to go. So we're striving for research excellence and pursuit of knowledge is key to the core of the University of Bristol, and making a commitment to that, realising benefits to society. So we strike a balance between blue skies research, discovery-led, exploring the essence of what science, technology and humanity is, but at the same time seeking to tackle the practical problems and helping make the world a better place. And I think this event dedicated to Connected Futures is sort of emblematic of how technology and society can come together and what that means for all of us. And I noticed as I walked in that the thousands, maybe not thousands, hundreds of school children in there very excited, and they are very much going to be the pioneers of the future. So with UK TIN, Joiner and Reason, Bristol and our partners are playing an important role in cementing the UK's place as leader in future telecoms research, development and innovation. And I'm sure you're going to hear more about that as we go through the day. Developing the IP to be exploited both in the UK and across the world. That early stage critical mass is important to make sure that those new developments come forward. Strengthening the UK supply chain, and most importantly, perhaps training the next generation of scientists and engineers that will actually deliver these new technologies. So we're creating a value chain of employment, the highly skilled workforce, which is so critical, and I'm sure that may be referenced again today in the spring statement, and hopefully positioning the UK as a hub of future networks and communications, and it's important that we play a part in that. As a research-intensive university, we work in partnership and collaborate with industry, the public sector, and work in a multitude of ways. Understanding societal challenges and helping translate innovative ideas into creative solutions. There's no shortcut to achieving those solutions and addressing those challenges, and it's the patience and continual support that is key to doing that. And it's by bringing together scientists, engineers, entrepreneurs, investors to access the finance and the support to deliver that new business that we very much hope is created. So helping to provide a supportive environment, it's particularly important in the west of England. It's one of University of Bristol's key civic priorities. And it's fortunate that we have a strong track record in this respect, with the Bristol region particularly being one of the UK's fastest growing areas for the growth of tech clusters. Our plans for the new Temple Quarter Enterprise Campus opening in 2026, and some of you may have seen that if you arrived on the train today, are very much in the sort of final stages. And it's really that will provide an opportunity for us to do even more than we're doing at the moment. It's bringing together that world-class research, that innovation space that will address those grand challenges like the Connected Futures. And that new campus, when it opens next year, will provide that multidisciplinary environment where we can combine basic research with interdisciplinary learning, but also bring in partners to work alongside the fundamental work to make sure we develop that through to the higher technology readiness levels. So very soon, as I said, the first building of our campus development will be available. It will incorporate not only a large part of the engineering endeavour at the university, but also a business school. So it's bringing together that ecosystem of business and technology development. It's going to be a powerful combination. We're very excited about looking forward to that opening next year. So Bristol is already recognised as one of the top institutions in the UK, and fostering that academic entrepreneurship has been key to our success. We're seeing multiple spin-out companies every year. Just last year, we saw 135 intellectual property disclosures, a 29% increase on previous years. So we're gathering that momentum of development as well. And through our Temple Quarter campus, we hope that will continue to accelerate as we provide space where the collision of entrepreneurs, researchers, scientists, engineers can come together and tackle those next challenges. So we're excited for our vision for Temple Quarter and making it a reality. And I invite you all to come back in 12 months' time when hopefully it'll be nearing completion and opening in late 26. And we may be holding the next Connected Futures event there in the near future. So thank you again for joining us at Connected Futures. I hope you all have an enjoyable and insightful day, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing the conversations that come from the panel meeting. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian. I'm already looking forward to the next Connected Futures at the Temple Quarter. That is a good suggestion and an invitation, I guess, to everybody. So the next item in the agenda is a view from the government. And as I mentioned before, we have a recorded video from the Minister of Telecoms, Sir Chris Bryant.
Hello, my name is Chris Bryant and I'm the Telecoms Minister, and I'm really sorry I can't be with you. Well, I'm here with you virtually, which I suppose is particularly important for the kind of connectivity that we're talking about. But I'm afraid that as you're meeting, I will be in Parliament for the spring statement when the Chancellor of the Exchequer will be talking about economic growth and how we get the economy to really springboard into the future. And I suppose that's the key part of what I want to say today, really, which is that connectivity is a vital part of making sure that the UK economy grows, that everybody gets a chance to participate in our economic future, and that we embrace the technological changes that can make so many difference to people's lives, whether in the delivery of public services or in the delivery of all the services that we rely on, whether it's ordering a pizza, parking our car, or engaging with our local GP and seeing our latest test results. I know that the geopolitical picture looks uncertain at the moment, and many parts of our lives, of course, are uncertain, and sometimes trying to predict the future is difficult. That's one of the reasons that, whereas we've always talked about future telecoms in the past, we're changing the terminology to something which I think suits much better the situation that we face today. And that's why instead of referring to future telecoms, we're now going to be referring to advanced connectivity technologies. Because advanced optics and satellite communications aren't the ghosts of telecoms futures anymore, but actually telecoms present. Let's face it, last year Aston University transmitted data 4.5 million times faster than the average home broadband connection. We started to send data through visible light, and Vodafone made the first video call via space last year. I'm an MP for a constituency in South Wales in the valleys, and so I was very happy to see that call took place from a remote Welsh mountain. The death of not spots may just about be in sight for us all. The breakthroughs we're seeing mean that the UK could once again be a leader in connectivity over the next 10 years, and I'm absolutely determined that we take forward those opportunities. But before I take you into the future, let's just pause briefly in the present. As we shape the next generation of connectivity, we must remember that some people in this country haven't got this generation yet of technological connectivity. There's 1.6 million people in the UK who live largely offline. We have to factor them into our future. And our ambition is to have a gigabit capable broadband in every home and in every business, and higher quality 5G to all populated areas by 2030. And through the Digital Inclusion Action Plan, which we've recently launched, we'll make sure people also have the devices and skills to be part of a digital future. We want to tackle digital exclusion so that we can take the whole of our country with us. So, deploying the best technology we have today and taking a leading role in shaping the technologies of tomorrow is vital to our economic success. We'll shape them, obviously, with global allies, but we will be guided by three central ideas. First of all, do they bring connectivity to everyone, everywhere, whatever your circumstances? Secondly, do they have security and resilience built in from the start? And thirdly, are they built sustainably? So better connectivity gets us closer to net zero, not further away. These are all equally important fundamental principles and ideas behind what we're trying to achieve in this area. The UK has the potential to be at the forefront as we develop these technologies. For a start, we build on research from some of the best universities in the world, and the Joiner Research and Innovation Platform gives them a unique test network to prepare for 6G. British firms are getting connectivity to places it hasn't gone before: trains, offshore, wind farms and space. And BT, who nearly 2 centuries ago set up the world's first nationwide communications network, is now leading the way with Toshiba in trials of quantum secure comms. And global companies like Ericsson, Nokia and Samsung have all chosen to do R&D work here in this country in the United Kingdom. We can and should go further though, making the UK a global leader in advanced connectivity. And that's where government and industry really must work hand in hand. So we'll strengthen our supply chains. That's really important. Today, we will publish the government's response to the report from the Telecom Supply Chain Diversification Advisory Council, outlining how we'll support a thriving ecosystem of suppliers for our networks. And I'm immensely grateful to all those who took part in the Council's work. And we'll back your growth in this sector. Advanced connectivity will be one of the growth markets in our industrial strategy within the digital and technologies sector. That means the backing across Whitehall to help you succeed. As a sign of that commitment, today I can announce that we'll invest nearly £60 million over the next year, 25 to 26, to support UK leadership in R&D, so that more of the technology providing the world's critical connectivity is developed here in the UK. If we get this right, then 10 years down the line, we'll be able to say that this tech has made people's daily lives better, put more money in people's pockets, and helped to keep the UK and our allies safe in a turbulent world. That's a connected future we can only build together. Thank you, and I hope you have a good conference today.
A lot to think about, and advanced connectivity is a good term. We have to, I think it's a good term to use, and that's what we are driving. So next into our program is Nectaria Eftimiou from BT. She is the Director of Network Platforms and Security, and we are looking forward to your keynote, Nectaria.
Thank you, Dimitra. Good morning, everybody. It is an honor to be here today to discuss the future of networks. As we gather to explore the advancements in digital connectivity, it is clear that the landscape is evolving rapidly, and staying ahead of these changes is important for our success. I'd like to cover 3 main areas. What can we learn from the past and the present, enablers to drive the future networks, how can we move forward, and the importance of collaboration to create a UK ecosystem that can drive growth. What can we learn from the past and the present? Digital connectivity is more important than ever. Over the years, as an industry, we have achieved significant improvements in efficiency, data speeds, unit cost, coverage, and customer experience delivered over the networks. 15 years ago, telecom companies operated the full value chain as an integrated stack, from products and services to customer relationships to connectivity and networks. As connectivity and technology has advanced, new players from other sectors and industries leverage connectivity to drive growth. We are now in a stage where connectivity is the fundamental pillar for growth, and our networks are performing very well. We have built the UK's leading 5G network. This complements our 4G coverage, and I'm proud to say that we have maintained our network status, best network status. EE has been ranked #1 for over a decade by RootMetrics. We have launched 5G standalone, and it's now past 50 towns and cities. I'm sure you agree with me that based on what we know today, 5G standalone will be the bedrock of the next generation of connected experience, with a low latency, increased capacity, enhanced security, delivering more reliable performance for customers, but also serving as a platform for new services and capabilities. Of course, it is not just about building the new. It is also about switching off the old and optimizing our networks. Achieving a simpler network is critical to our optimization and fundamental to our network vision. 3G and PSTN are two of the major parts of our legacy switch-off. Satellite connectivity is already used in our networks to provide an extra layer of resilience for mobile backhaul. We've launched also the Global Fabric, which is our new network as a service offering. To summarize, our networks today are good. They deliver good customer experience. But now it's the time to focus on purposeful innovation and drive new services and business model to continue driving growth from those networks. In previous generation of technologies, the focus was on radio interface and hardware performance, while now still performance is important, but it is also crucial to work on the layers of the stack to provide elasticity in those networks to optimize and drive growth more. So what are these enablers? How can we do that? Future networks should underpin growth in all sectors. To drive this, it will require high-performing networks that can deliver the robust connectivity that enables such technological advancements, networks that are hyper-personalized, customizable, automated, and on-demand. Future networks will be data and insight-driven, while connectivity will be a necessity, and focus should be on how to drive efficiency and deliver best customer experience over those networks. I'd like to focus in particular on the following enablers for the future networks: AI and generative AI. AI, and in particular generative AI, is democratizing the use of technologies in a similar way as we moved from mainframe computers to personal PCs. This transformation will potentially impact the use of networks in two ways: AI for networks and networks for AI. AI for networks will drive automation, and there are still several areas we need to address and innovate. Networks for AI is another area we need to consider. For example, how networks can support AI use cases over the top. There are several areas still to be answered in this scenario, such as energy, compute power, as well as overpromised outcomes. The role also of agentic AI is increasingly important. Agentic AI enhances security by identifying and mitigating threats in real time and manages network functions and traffic across multiple platforms, ensuring reliability and optimal performance. With decades of research into AI, we have made more patents filings of AI-related technology than any other British-listed company. The next one is automation. Networks will be automation-driven to not only drive cost efficiencies, but also enable flexibility to support new services and business models. Automation can offer better experiences evolving from reactive to proactive to cognitive operations. It can offer operational efficiency by solving planning and maintenance. Automation with AI will evolve our relationship with network operations, shifting from manual tasks to human as supervisor. Full autonomy, powered by a common data fabric that includes data shared management, observability, explainability, and self-discovery, can drive intent-driven operations, comprehensive security, agile and on-demand services, and monetization through APIs. Autonomous networks now and APIs are changing the relationship between application and networks. Traditionally, applications operated over the top of our networks. APIs and automation will allow better and optimized use of those networks from the applications, creating new ways to monetize network capabilities and enable new ecosystem of players. Intent-driven orchestration from customer and application requirements to operational need, intent-driven orchestration will be crucial for optimal resource utilization. This will not only enable better monetization of network capabilities, but also enable more sustainable and efficient networks. Sustainability by design. Energy efficiency and reducing carbon emissions are becoming increasingly important. We've talked about converged networks for the last 2 decades. Now, it's the time to truly achieve convergence, not only to enhance customer experience, but also to leverage capabilities across the network technologies that more efficiently and effectively can deliver the customer experience, leveraging both terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks. Security by design. Today, too many point security solutions are typically deployed. They are largely operated independently. The future converged networks aim for unified AI-driven network and embedded security functioning like a biological immune system that recognizes and learns to protect the network. But security is a race against time. Attackers will also be using AI to create sophisticated threats, making current independent security solutions inadequate. A unified security platform where security and network controls are operated from a single console point will allow network components to self-adjust and defend. We rank first among British-listed companies for cybersecurity patent filings. Quantum computing poses a threat to existing encryption mechanisms, which is something that telecoms industry as a whole is taking very seriously. We have an extensive program looking at the evolution and roadmap of different technologies such as PQC and QKD to protect our customers' communication. Beyond that, quantum computing represents an opportunity for the telecoms industry. There is an opportunity to leverage quantum computing to significantly improve network planning and optimization processes. There's also a huge potential to exploit quantum sensing to enhance timing and synchronization capabilities underpinning our networks. And last but not least, there is a potential to connect distributed quantum computers as well as quantum sensors with potential to amplify their compute power and sensing capabilities. We have significant shares of global patents relating to quantum, bigger than almost all nation states. To summarize, the future converged networks will be AI and data-driven, leveraging intent-based orchestration to drive automation, and will have security and sustainability by design. And now my last point, how can we move forward? Moving forward, the importance of collaboration emerges in order to innovate effectively and drive future network advancements and demand for new services. Collaboration is key, not only with traditional players, but with all players in the ecosystem, not only in telco industry, but across sectors and industries and with government, because the opportunities, use cases, and benefits provided by innovation are not made possible by networks alone. They require investment and an ecosystem to drive demand and adoption in order to thrive. As Jeff Bezos said, invention is not disruptive. Only customer adoption is disruptive. We need to work collaboratively to drive demand and growth from those networks, focusing on innovation in network layers in the stack that can provide elasticity to drive this growth. Rationalize choices of technologies and make purposeful innovation while ensuring sustainability and security by design in those future converged networks. In conclusion, the future network is not just about connectivity. It's about creating an ecosystem where innovation can thrive and drive demand and growth from our networks. By embracing collaboration, we can overcome the challenges facing the telecom sector and unlock new opportunities for growth. Let's work together to build a future where digital connectivity empowers everyone and continue to drive growth. I'd like to close with John Sculley's quote, "The future belongs to those who see possibilities before they become obvious." So let's all collaborate, work together to create a UK ecosystem that can make a dent in the universe. Thank you.
Thank you, Nectaria. A very powerful vision of the future, and what a great way to start this workshop. So next, I would like to invite Catherine Page, Deputy Director of the Future Networks Policy Team within DCIT, to chair the panel of what the future, connected future in 2035 is going to look like. Catherine, if you'd like to come with your panel.
Are we sitting
Yeah,
in order
please,
of the
I
pictures?
think.
In that order.
Oh, really? You sit and I'll stand.
I think I'm
Have
really
enough
sure which
seats?
one I am.
Yeah, it is. You can lower it, the link.
No, I like the boy band trick.
Are we all going to stand up when the key changes?
Okay, let's do it this way. We've not practiced. Thank you very much, Dimitra. Thanks, Nectaria. It's really great to be here in Bristol today. So I'm Catherine Page. As Dimitra mentioned, I am responsible for the government's work to support advanced connectivity technologies, as mentioned by Minister Bryant. And I'm really pleased that we've got a great panel here today who are going to tell us more about what we think those technologies might be able to deliver looking ahead into 2035. So I'll introduce you all briefly, and then let's get stuck into that discussion. We have Ros Singleton. Ros, you have many roles, but I'm going to draw out particularly that you were the chair of the Independent Advisory Council that produced a report for government on diversification of the telecom supply chain, which is the report that government is responding to today. We have Simon Fletcher, CEO of Real Wireless. We have Magnus Frodig, Vice President and Head of Ericsson Research. Dan Warren, Director of Advanced Network Research at Samsung Research UK. And last but not least, Bo Olofsson, Lead for Network Applications and Devices at Nokia Bell Labs in Cambridge. So thank you all very much for being here and forward to hearing your perspectives. So my first challenge to you all is to look into the crystal ball and imagine it's 10 years from now, it's the 26th of March 2035, and you're at a future version of this conference in Bristol. What do you want that to look like? What do you hope that will look like? And what role is connectivity playing in that connected future? Ros, would you like to kick off?
God. It's always, obviously I'm with a bunch of technical luminaries and I'm a little bit more, I'm going to say workaday and pedestrian than that. First of all, the one thing that I would really like today would have been decent Wi-Fi on the train. That would have been nice, or consistent connectivity. And I'd like to hope that by 2035, some of those problems, though they seem like the most insurmountable in telecoms, will have been solved. I do think it's going to be interesting. Technology sort of isn't there, and then it feels like it comes on us all at once. But when we look at it through this perspective, it can feel like it's a really long time away. However, we can see the advent of lots more devices that are connected to our mobiles, and I imagine the adoption of those will be much larger. And that, hopefully that will enable us to do all sorts of things. For example, my father has dementia and Alzheimer's, and so remembering to clean his teeth is pretty tricky. But actually, if he's got a pair of glasses, he'll take his phone out of his pocket all the time, leave it anywhere. If he's got a pair of glasses, he's still in the house. You know, we can record whether or not he's cleaned his teeth and make sure he has. And I think there are lots of features like that in daily life, which for local councils and actually for individuals and families and carers can make life much, much easier when connectivity is more ubiquitous. Which brings me on a little bit to the how do we actually make connectivity more ubiquitous and more available to all, which the Minister was talking about. And I do think that's something that's going to take a little bit more coordination. But I do hope very much that we can somehow make it so, and also make it so that in areas where there's more deprivation, for example, we don't end up leaving it entirely open to market forces, which mean those areas don't necessarily get the speed of connectivity other areas do where they possibly need it more.
Thanks very much, Ros. So ubiquitous, equitable, and helping us to live more fulfilling lives, including in older age and ill health. Simon, how are you?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm a networks guy and a geek, as Ros says. So I mean, I guess I'm going to dive a little bit into that. But the first thing I would say is, I mean, last week I was in Italy. The week before I was in another country. I'm using the same device and I'm roaming. It's just working. And I hope in 10 years' time, you know, if I came back here from being overseas, coming to Bristol, I would be able to say the same. I feel like there's some tensions in the standards and industrial ecosystem which make me worry a little bit about some fracturing that may be happening. But though that fundamental ability to use a device and have much the same experience wherever you are on the globe is, I think, an important thing. And that's not just about the device, it's about the networks. And for me, I mean, I'd really like to see some of the ecosystem discussion. I thought Nektaria's speech was great in that respect. I've lived in the UK all my life, worked in a number of research for advised clients on bringing startups into the telecoms ecosystem. And there are a lot of pinch points with some large global players who make it rather challenging. And I think that there's some work for us to do in the UK, and I like the open networks philosophy. I think that's fundamental to how we need to proceed here in thinking about how we can open up those pinch points, those areas where, You know, frankly, the market is a mature market. We just got to recognise that. It's been running for 30 years. And in a number of areas of the supply chain, we have 2 or 3 suppliers. That means it's a mature market. To switch the game into a different space where large and small players in the UK can be contributing into the supply chain, for me, is a dream. It will require the universities and industry to be working together, R&D driven, input into the networks and into the devices. And that's where I'd like to be, you know, celebrating some success in 10 years' time on that journey.
Thanks, Simon. So still interoperable globally and a healthy and diverse ecosystem that's driving that growth. Magnus, how are you seeing it in Ericsson?
Yeah, it's of course extremely difficult to predict the future here, and technology is going so fast, right? And the last couple of years we have seen many breakthroughs, and it will for sure come many more during the coming 10 years. But if you try to take you on a journey here, I think we are starting to use our AI assistants in the phones, right? I think we will use them more and more, and they will do more and more things for us. After a while, I think we will see that AI glasses would be a very nice way to interact with these assistants. We will also like to have AI agents that can execute things for us, so you can see that development happening. I think the AI next will be able to understand the spatial surroundings, opening up for good augmented reality applications that we will use. And if you think about that, of course, the robots will be able to use this as well. So we will have robots solving a lot of things in society, and humanoids is, of course, a key thing. That there's a lot of research going on, and for sure in 10 years' time, they will be all over the place, I think. So I really hope that we have been able to use all of this technology in order to increase the productivity, because we are not getting more people here, right? We need to be much more productive, and we need to work on our competitiveness. And that's really what my dream would be.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the AI and robots helping us out in the future. Dan, what do you think?
Yeah, so in 10 years' time, I'd like to see us all much better dressed. And part of the reason for saying that is because I think that the biggest problem we have in the industry at the moment is actually around the overall industry sustainability. So one of the things that Ian said in his talk was about the fact that a lot of what's driven the work at Bristol and within the UK ecosystem and then within global research ecosystem is about taking risk. But then when Nectaria gives her presentation, what she's talking about is being able to enable a lot more within the industry and actually take some of the risk out of it. So being able to deploy some of the use cases that Magnus is talking about in a way which is monetizable and isn't going to cause significant harm if they fail is the 2 things that I think are fundamentally important. The use cases on top, and to come back to Nectaria's closing quote, the use cases on top are about adoption. What we need to do is enable an ecosystem which enables innovative adoption of any form of use case in a way which is sustainable for the industry as a whole. And that takes us back to some of the points, again, that Nectaria made, which is about the overall ecosystem needs to be elastic and needs to be able to allow you to bring a use case to a commercial proposition quickly, demonstrate it, commercialize it, and then allow it to be adopted very rapidly on a wide-scale basis. That could be industry, it could be consumer, it needs to be both. And the problem that we have right now is that 5G was predicated on it being B2B. It's addressed some B2C. We haven't seen a revenue uptick. So in 2035, all better dressed because there's more money in the industry.
Okay, more agile, more adoption. Bo, how are you seeing it? You're developing some cool things in Cambridge.
I just hope we're going to be dressed. That's enough for me. But if I go back to your question, if we come back here and how we got here, first I'm pretty optimistic on the network. I think you will have Wi-Fi or some wireless on the train. That I think is going to be solved. I came by car from Cambridge here. I was routed through Nottingham, so I was going north, which sort of for me is scary. I hope at that time my car will make the journey most himself or herself. I don't have to do as much. I hope when I get here that we can have demos of wireless turtles. We don't have to sort of wire them up and things. So that I think, from a network point of view, I think we will be in a good place. I think the problem we will have is probably a bit more where Simon was there. We need to get much more innovative about how we use the networks. What services do we deliver to consumers and industries, and how do we deliver them? I hope in 10 years' time that we don't have to take out our phone and sit and sort of point at glass all the time, that we find another way to interact with the digital services. I am less hopeful about AR glasses, mostly because I've been working on it for 10 years and I still haven't seen any really breakthrough in the UI, UX experience. You know, it's technology-wise, it's really cool, and I've seen so many that put them on and 10 minutes, they're blown away, but then they're like, yeah, that was fun, but you know, we have to work much harder with companies probably outside the telecom sector to understand how would actually people want to interact with this, how do we want them to use it, and what do they want to do with it. I don't think we want to walk down the Bristol city with AR glasses and have everything popping up, and we know there's going to be ads there, so imagine popping up ads all the time in your glasses. So I think that is a big area where innovation really needs to be much more in the forefront.
I'm going to endorse your vision of a future where we're all dressed and encourage your autonomous vehicle to keep driving you north, because there's some exciting things there that I don't think we can, are not scary. We have to address that point. So if that's the vision that we're looking for, there's some nuance in there, there's different perspectives on that future. What do we need to do now to start getting there? And are there any things that we need to do differently for the next 10 years, thinking back on how we've approached the last 10? If that's where we want to be. I'm going to go the other way around. Bo, do you want to pick that one up?
That was nice. I'm sort of trying to sort of how I should treat the word we, because, you know, we are the research arm of Nokia. You know, we are way over, we're already there. You know, we're doing things that we don't know if it's going to get real and things. But if I look at the ecosystem, we need, of course, and I'm sort of not saying anything surprisingly, we need to be much better how we monetize the networks. I mean, that is something that we are battling with, all of us, today. And I think that back to that innovation, really trying to think what the customer wants. And the customers, once again, to Simon's point, is consumers, absolutely. That still has to be dragged up. But we also need to start thinking about the industry, verticals, and much more tailored solution for them. And what is that actually that they can adopt? Because we can throw all the technology at them, but if they can't actually adopt it and turn it into something that makes money for them, then it's never going to be sort of broad adoption. So I think there has to be more collaborative efforts across verticals, from sort of the network suppliers to the network operators to the integrators to the things, and actually do some proper experimentation where we actually put things out and get proper feedback on it.
Thanks, Bo. I think by we, I mean the ecosystem here, probably, just to sort of clarify that, which I think speaks to the point that you make. Dan?
Yeah, very similar points. And again, coming back to what Nectaria said, I think that inherent flexibility in the network is a fundamental requirement. If we actually listen to what operators are saying, if we listen to some of the input which went into the 3GPP workshop in Incheon a couple of weeks ago from operators, and then messages which operators have been delivering globally over the last 6 months, some of the things which come through from NGMN Alliance white papers, it's absolutely clear that as an ecosystem, we have a big problem in terms of return on investment on 5G before we start to think about what's next. So we have to improve the underlying conditions of network technology to allow 5G to deliver that return. Not least because operators don't just have loads and loads of money in the bank to spend on something new. They have to go to financial markets and receive loans to pay for CapEx. The CapEx that they spent on 5G has not returned what was expected. And as a result, something has to change for that return to be made before the banks will even consider the next round of CapEx. So we have to help operators get that return on investment, which means we have to help them evolve the network to something which enables additional revenue, which has to be from B2B. There is no premium on 5G consumer, certainly in most of Europe, in North America, maybe 1 or 2 markets outside of our immediate domain, but there is no return on investment currently with 5G deployment. we have to help operators achieve that.
Magnus, how are you seeing it? How are we addressing some of those commercial challenges maybe that...
Yeah, of course. I also recognize the operators' difficulties to get return on investments. But you can also see that there are different markets, there are different operators that have been going in the forefront and have installed 5G coverage on the 3.5 globally or sort of countrywide. They have the SA fully deployed and are driving forward. And I think that some are very, very successful. So I think there are examples of operators who have used the new technology in order to take a new position. Others have not been able then to monetize back on that investment. So I think that the picture is a little bit mixed. Then I also think that on the use cases, I think we really need to get a lot of experimentation going. And again, going around, meeting different operators, different industries in different countries, you can see that there are some that have this in production, and they have increased their productivity and have got a very, very good return on that investment. On a hospital, increasing their productivity, or in a car factory or something. So everybody that actually use it and take a little bit of these difficulties to get being in the forefront is not fully flexible, it's not fully industrialized, it's a bit of a struggle. But the technology is basically there, so you can do it. Okay. And the ones that do it see the gains. So the values are there. It's just not distributed in the right way. So, yeah.
I'm hearing positivity. It can be done. Simon,
yeah,
what do we need to do now?
I think we need to, from a UK perspective, we need to look at the word operator. We're about to come down to 3 operators at a national mobile operator. There are actually a lot of altnet operators. Neutral hosts is a very strong sector in the UK, which is creating business model examples which are being looked at and used in the US and in parts of Europe, lift and shift models basically. So when we think about how we change the dynamics around the business model and raising finance or investing, it's not just the pinch point of the Vodafones and the BTs and the Telefonicas and the VMO2s. It's actually, there's another bunch of network operators who can plan, build and operate networks for particular places. In particular for our clients, we have a lot of clients in the stadium sector. There's a lot of innovation going there. We struggle a little bit to bring it to the top and promote it and say this is a strong sector for the UK and to project it more widely. And I think if we did a bit more of that for some of these good, well-deployed networks that are operating, then I think we've got a ticket there to help us on that pathway to transforming not just the technologies, but the business models as well.
Good, thank you. Ros, finally, thoughts?
So I think there are a couple of things. One is, I think 2 of the ways to look at acceleration. One is international and collaborating internationally to work with partners in various places, make sure that there are some common standards and that a market is big enough, because the UK market inherently, whether it's for private networks or public networks, is just not big enough to support largely to support specific developments that can't go elsewhere. As an investor, you can't make your money back with just this size of market. So the international side of it's really important, but the place-based side of it is really important as well. The work that we can do with local councils, with twinning, the work that a lot of councils have already done on helping to create layered business cases, which include, public enterprise and private enterprise together, are massively important. And I also think the other thing is, we all sit here. I told my husband I was going to a 6G conference. He laughed. It's,
just jealous.
Yeah, and he's pretty nerdy, right? But he laughed. But we sit here and we look at this, and it all feels far away. 5G feels very real to us. 5G means something to us. To most people, it doesn't, and we have to pay attention to those cycles. Even the MNOs, who are always telling these guys, we've got like 5-10 year procurement cycles. I don't know what you're getting so excited about. They don't necessarily see that from their own customers and from their business base. And I think one of the things we can do to support smaller, particularly local enterprises, is helping them support those longer life cycles. So if I am a factory, the next opportunity I have to put in new infrastructure is going to be in my 5-year business plan. It's not going to be tomorrow. I'm not going to suddenly decide I'm going to switch everything off. So we need to be able to support businesses to do that. We need to support particularly the innovation ecosystem and the investment ecosystem and the early stage investment ecosystem to support businesses to be able to have longer life or longer sales cycles. And then there's the rather bigger problem of actually how you support the next stage of capital, which is where we tend to lose a lot of our really great innovative businesses. But to me, it's not really so much about the Gs, it's about being able to support the businesses around the ecosystem, particularly the ones that follow on from the university innovation lifecycle.
Okay, I think that's covered a lot of ground, and I might just abuse the chair's position for a moment to say, I think from the government's perspective, and I think what you heard from Minister Bryant was, we want that thriving ecosystem in the UK. We recognise the importance of these technologies, and that's why it will be part of how we look at industrial strategy in this country going forward. And so, I think whether it's at the local level, Ros, as you talk about, or nationally in the UK, or recognising that this is a global ecosystem that's going to require international collaboration and global companies together with spin-outs and startups and universities at the earlier TRL, that's what we are looking to support here, and I hope we'll get lots of ideas out of this conference and festival today. I'm keen to allow time for questions from the audience, so what I will do is just give each of you one last quickfire question, which is, we've talked a bit about demand, we've talked about supply. What is the one thing that you think is most likely to drive change and get us towards that connected future in 2035 that you would pull out? And I'm going to start in the middle with Magnus.
Yeah, if picking one thing, I think it really is to get this two-sided business model to scale. So we really need to get country and regions and internationally to be able to expose values out of the networks and be able to receive sort of asks for specific quality of service or extra services. If we can get that platform, that innovation platform to work, I think we can accelerate the take-up. And it also partly solves the lack of the business model of getting sort of revenues for new capabilities in the networks if you're able to charge for them through the APIs. So that would be my one thing to do.
Thank you. Simon?
I'm sort of reluctant to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. I expect everyone to groan as I say AI. But I'm sort of a believer. I know there's a lot more work to be done, and just talking at the level of a sort of large language model is not appropriate. We really need to dive in to where we can apply AI techniques right the way down the stacks, and including clever stuff in chipsets, not just software. So for me, there is definitely a lot of work to be done there, a lot of opportunity, and that would be the area that I would choose to focus on to try and explore some of these issues around optimization of networks and two-sided business models. There's all sorts of things that could be explored and simulated and stimulated through interaction through an AI system and a human, and however you can configure the networks and the devices. So for me, that's a very rich ground for fertilizer that we should be exploiting as much as we can.
Thank you. Dan?
I'd say softwareization on multiple levels. One, because it helps you enable AI. Two, because it helps you enable the services. But then also, from the perspective of what we're trying to achieve, I'm slightly concerned about a more productive hospital. That feels slightly, that could go in two ways. But when I think about what Ros said about her grandfather or father?
Father, yeah.
Father. Wouldn't it be great to care for your father in a way which meant that hospitals didn't need to be quite so productive because your father didn't end up in hospitals so often? So more joined up thinking across all sectors, and it comes back to your point about place and Nectaria's point about elasticity. You need to understand where the value is in that overall external ecosystem, and then that's application softwareization as well.
Thank you. Bo?
I forgot the question.
What's your one big thing?
Your one big
10 years' time, what's going to drive the change?
I mean, a couple of things that I've mentioned there is certainly among what I was thinking about. But I think it's I think it's hard to avoid AI in terms of what really will have an impact on the networks and everything else. You start to see, actually, we have a lot of academic representation here today, and I can tell you in the academic world, AI is sort of everything. I even talk now to, the teaching side of it and things, and they use it for everything. Every question, every lecture, everything. So now, of course, there are some hidden challenges in this. Are we going to keep on running on big data centers that build their own nuclear plant to be powered and things? I don't think that's a good sort of future to envision. But the impact on it will have across so many sectors and so many things we do is probably the big one. Now, lots of work to do. I mean, there's still, we had a readout from one of our researchers that looked into the latest sort of agents and things, and he had a good analogy that the current LLMs, they're like a child. As soon as they think of something, it says it. And that's where you get some of the sort of the crazy answers and some of the sort of hallucination and things. So there's a lot of work we do to actually start having not the, if I use the word classical LLMs, but break it down in agent software and specific sort of areas and things. So now that will mean distributed. The latency, you want to have distributed, and you want to have it in another user interface than on a screen. That also means distributed out, way out in the network to the devices, to the extreme edge and things. So that will have a big impact on the networks.
Thank you. Ros, is it AI for you or something else?
So I think the one thing that the UK government could do to change what 2035 looks like now, which I think is the exam question, right?
It's what you think will drive the change. If you want to, you have addressed recommendations to government before. Don't want to break the habit. If you want to frame it that way, you absolutely can.
Somebody listens to me. The one thing I would say that I think would make a real difference in the future would be a coordinated approach to infrastructure, transport, power, and communications, and that.
Can you include water?
Yeah, no, or
right.
water, actually, gas and halogen, there's a whole roadworks councils things as well, and I do think councils, local government, as well as national government have a part to play. But genuinely, if you could have an infrastructural strategy that at least had common goals and aims and incentives in it across departments, I think that would probably make more difference to people's daily lives in 10 years than anything else.
Thank you, and you'll hopefully be happy to know the government is also working on an infrastructure strategy alongside an industrial strategy, so we'll take that away. Thank you. I hope that has given people a bit of time to reflect and think about some questions that they might want to ask the panel. So I think we have time, and can I open it up to the audience? Are there any questions that anyone would like to ask? Okay, there's a few. I'm going to come down here first, if I may. We've got a roving mic, so if you just hold on for that.
Thank you. I'm interested in innovation, both within large organisations and also startups and that sort of thing. So what sort of role does the panel see for innovative ways of delivering all of this? Because it sounded to me like it was just more of the same, whereas we could probably make a better job of it by increasing the amount of innovative thinking and innovative delivery.
Thank you. Anyone want to have a first go at that?
I can have a first go at that if you like. Yeah, I appreciate what Bo said and everybody else said about AI. I still think that the biggest problem we have with AI is it can only know what there is to be known. And it does give us insights which we don't necessarily join up ourselves, but it's only stuff which is out there. Yep. And it still requires human innovation to come up with new ideas. So I 100% agree with you. Part of that path, not wanting to make it too much of a UK PLC spiel, but we do have academic excellence in innovation, right? We have universities like Bristol and the rest of the academic participation within the room who are bringing new skill sets. And the new skill sets that they're bringing are people that we need to hire into the industry, and we need to look to other industries to bring those people in. We had, in our last hiring round, we didn't look for telecoms people. We looked for AI specialists primarily, and then software innovators as well. And we looked at ways to make networks leaner, more efficient, more AI ready, and then AI to actually sit on top. And we're sitting in a research room, and so the idea of AI in networks to us feels it's almost getting to the point of being a little bit passé, but it is still massively innovative and it still has an awfully long way to go. So it isn't just more of the same, it's actually quite a radical diversification from where we were certainly 3 years ago.
Magnus, please.
Yeah, if you look at sort of the innovation platforms that we today have on top of our smartphones and everything that sort of you can do with the apps for everything, I think if you think the improvement now of the infrastructures will be that, yes, connectivity will be a little bit better, the delays will be a little bit shorter, etc. But the big thing is that we will add compute capabilities to that. And we need to add robustness to it. And we will need to open it up on this two-sided way. So also you can innovate to reach many users, although that they are on different operators and can still offer some sort of real-time experiences in these interactions, etc. So I think that the platform capabilities that will become available will definitely open up for a lot of new innovation, I think.
Thank you. Simon,
yeah, just reflecting on the question, I'm an innovation manager for a large 18 million euro research project, Research and Innovation Action in Horizon Europe. 5 locations in Europe where there are large-scale trials happening, where they are, there's a lot of technologists building the trial capability, and then they're bringing in end users. And part of my role is to try and get evidence to understand where the stickiness is on those innovations, those trials, to try and work out what the secret sauce is. And I haven't finished my job, it finishes at the end of the year, so I can, I'll come back next year and tell you what my findings. But I do think that there's one thing we need to be careful that we don't ignore, and it's to do with the dynamic of the larger companies who are very important in terms of creating the framework and the corporate venturing function. In particular, there's a lot of the larger ICT companies are very, very effective at having entrepreneurial rather than entrepreneurial functions. And I wonder whether we need to attract more of those capabilities into the UK for those larger companies. So it's about the corporate venturing function and the money. At the end of the day, it's about show me the money. I think we just need to have that appetite for risk and investment in risk and have a little bit of that, I don't want to say US attitude, but because there are other markets that do it effectively, Israel, etc. But having the ability to bring in some risk capital that can stimulate and make things a bit more sticky. Sometimes we give up a bit too quickly in the UK when we try and deploy something, and it just needs a bit more investment and a bit more, we're nearly there, we've just got to pivot a little bit and then it will work. And just having that persistence can make a difference.
You want to come in?
Just a short comment as a representative from a large company trying to do innovation things, and we have put a lot of effort, and that means both money and time and resources over the last year to accelerate how we take ideas from the research lab out in some sort of commercial form. It's not easy, it's really hard, because we also have our traditional product areas that sort of don't want us to do that and sort of sometimes put obstacle in the way, but we have support from. But what I want to say, actually, we've been, and we work globally, we never sort of, everything is global. But we've been very successful, well, relatively to other countries actually to do this in UK, because we have an ecosystem, because we work with partners, both academic but also venture incubators and venture builders and things. So we've actually done at least 2 spin-outs in UK in the last sort of 18 months. And I think that's, from the large corporation, we have to just shorten the time from when an idea is in the lab to it's out. Otherwise, it's just too late.
Yep, exactly. Not just coming out of the universities, but coming out of the larger corporates and then spinning stuff out here is exactly what we need. Yeah.
Let me see if there are any more questions, because I'm conscious we're running out of time. But Ros, I know you'll have views on the finance that you might want to offer afterwards if people want to follow up. There was one at the back, I think, the gentleman over here.
Matthew Andrews from Nokia. There's been a lot in the news about countries rethinking their defence investments, and clearly connectivity has a large role for defence. So I'm curious what the panel thinks about how the community in this room should react to that as we look towards the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. How is connectivity going to help us?
I can't answer that. I'm part of the Swedish military, so.
Okay. Magnus.
Okay, I'm not part of the military.
You're not part of the Swedish military.
I think the set of requirements that we are seeing on the networks for more sort of resilience and being sort of against attacks, etc. We have them already for sort of the non-military use cases. So we are going in this direction anyhow. So we are building these to be more robust and resilient. So that's one of the big focuses now on the 6G standardization to make this really encrypted much more.
But it's also one big drive. One big drive has to be that to use more commercially available and not go back to the world they used to be in. I mean, they're trying quickly to get out of it to build special solution, which is the same thing that we did in space communication when we've been working with NASA in US and other private sort of space companies now to actually use 4G was the first one, technology, and take that to the moon and things, because it has to be built on all the things we've done, to be efficient. But of course, it's a big opportunity.
Yeah, so I think
that was recognised some time ago by NATO, right? So they set up the Diana project, and since then they've built specialist projects, specifically looking at taking telecom standards, which are broad and generic, but are a lot more flexible than they used to be, to specifically address requirements that come from defence. And the good thing with defence is it's a contained ecosystem. So you don't need the same level of interoperability back into the public network. In fact, you specifically don't want the same level of interoperability into the public network, but you can adopt standards and you can have that security of specific spectrum as well.
I'm going to bring Ros in and then invite, I think, one more question.
So I think that actually ties back a little bit to the innovation question as well. I think, basically any commercial opportunity we need as an ecosystem to grab as much as we can, because, let's face it, revenue is always good and the more businesses we can build is good. But one of the issues with innovation is it doesn't go both ways enough, in my opinion. So, for example, in defence and in other areas, and no offence to our erstwhile hosts, but that aren't necessarily university-based, they're a little bit perhaps more, democratic and reach different areas of society, I think are really important. And the armed forces are excellent at actually having a very, very broad swathe of people in all sorts of elements, even in some of their more technical elements, for example. I've got several friends who are ex-signals and, goodness knows what else. And I think there's a really vital role that can be played there if we can, coordinate a little bit.
Another driver as well as a customer for innovation, for sure. Right, let me come to the front here. This side of the room is very...
There is one.
Oh, there's one on the right. Maybe we'll come over here for a bit of balance.
Yeah, but it's Henrik who works.
We've
had a Nokia question
okay.
from Bose.
Well, can we
an Ericsson question?
Okay, wait. Let's take two, and then we'll wrap up. So, Henrik, you can ask the question. Gentleman down here, and that will be our final set of responses, so that I don't get in trouble for overrunning. So, one here, and then we'll wrap up.
So, yes, you can hear me. Henrik Almeida, Ericsson Research. So I think it's interesting, the discussion about the future network, or what we see in 2030 or 35, actually. But also I think it's interesting with the discussion where we discuss the AI domain or AI technologies as being extremely important for the productivity and economy growth. And I think no one is doubting that and sees the potential of it. While when we talk about future networks, there is some doubts and questions, and is it more of the same, and is it really going to benefit society and so on. But to me, and maybe this is a rhetorical question really, but so I'm thinking that maybe where we are with AI today is thanks to the network or the network infrastructure that we have today. And my question then would be slightly rhetorical, but still, would it be possible to get the benefit of AI and the productivity of AI that we see in the future without the 2035 network that we are talking about.
So that's a
So-
no?
Including the APIs that we are.
Okay, we're just going to pause on that. I'll take one final question from down at the front here, and then we can all give a final view.
You talk about the need for better monetization. You talk about the need for more innovation. I spent 45 years since leaving the military and entering the technology world, listening to people saying the same thing over and over again. What I see is large companies produce vast numbers of patents and sit on them. There is stuff that I listened to in the 80s and the 90s that is still not yet in the market and could have been monetized years ago. How do you actually kick the backside of the people who are controlling the IPR and get them to make it available so that things can actually be developed rather than just hogging it like land banking with building companies?
Okay, so how do we maximize IP in the ecosystem? Can we get the benefits of AI without future networks? Take your pick. Ros, I'm going to start with you.
God.
The easy one.
Yeah. That's a real doozy, isn't it, that one? It is interesting because you kind of don't want to time limit things too much. So one of the things the other things I do is I support small businesses. I'm an angel investor, and I support quite a few businesses, normally tech businesses with female founders, and IP is massively important, obviously, and a huge amount of the value for all of those businesses. But with a lot of smaller innovative businesses, the biggest problem they have is the patent survey. When you look around and go, well, what we want to do, actually somebody sat on X and Y, so we have to find a slightly different way to do it, which sometimes does help innovation. And I would say it is a problem, but I genuinely, and especially not off the top of my head, can't think of an answer for it. So sorry, Catherine, that was really...
Can be continued over coffee, I think.
Yeah.
Simon.
Yeah, I think the interdependence on the question about can we do something with AI without advanced networks or advanced connectivity is the new term, yeah? The answer is no. That's why I think they're going to become intertwined in some yet to be seen way. But I don't. Whatever the future networks look like, they're clearly going to have AI embedded in them, in all layers of the stack, and that's going to shape how they behave, how we interact with them, etc. So I think it's a fundamental now where we've got this helix, this double helix of those evolving together.
Thank you. Magnus, your final thoughts?
Yeah, on this IPR topic and the patent, different industries are different, right? So if you are in medicine, then of course you take a patent and you keep it, and then in order to make money on that investment that you have been doing then, and then you are allowed to do that only you then for 20 years, right? So that's one logic. In our industry, it's a lot about standardization, right? So we do file a lot of patents, and then some of them will read onto the standard, and then we will get money back for our investment in the research in front of standardization. So here the technology becomes available actually. It's standardized, right? But you need to pay then a fair compensation for using the technology, but it's not locked in. It's available.
Okay. Thank you. Dan?
Yeah, similar kind of answer. I mean, you have three large IPR holders sitting in a row here, and generally what you find is that when we all put our patents on the table, they net out to zero. So to an extent, it's table stakes to participate. And then the bits which do end up being monetized are the bits which are actually standards essential. But the important part is that they are standards essential, so they're in the standards. So everybody has to comply to the standard to interoperate. And if we don't have interoperability and you don't have the standardization side, then the point about the phone which works when you're in Italy and when you're in UK and when you're in China or anywhere else, that all stops working. So it's kind of part of a difficult ecosystem. On the flip side to that, coming back to Project Reason, which is kind of why we're all sitting in Bristol, we ran a workshop on IP, and one of the important points that comes across is that IP doesn't give you a right to monetize, it just gives you a right to protect. So that's why people do it. You know, it gives you the capability to protect yourself against other people exploiting your innovation.
Thanks,
So
Dan.
that's where we are.
And Bo, you were very clear, no,
Yeah.
no
No
AI
to Henrik.
benefits without...
Always a no,
Oh, yeah,
Henrik.
sorry, no to Henrik.
But I do want to have a point. Same answer as my colleagues in the IP world did that. And remember, the standards are important to get Simon's vision about using the same phone number. So that's it. But I do want to make a slight, probably more observation and comment on this, on the IP question, because I'm from our software lab. We're all software. You know, we don't understand radio and things, basically.
I wish you.
And in the software world, we have the attitude that first you can't protect software. It's software. The idea maybe, but that's really hard. And also, we also know that everything going to go open source. That is always our attitude when we develop new sort of modules and thinking of new sort of things. So, I think the softwareization that is keep on rolling will not take away your problem fully. No, I'm not saying that, but it will make it easier for smaller companies, I think. And the fact that you can today go to GitHub and download basic software that does 98% of what you want to do in the world makes it so much faster to be a small company. Yeah. And that's back to my thing, you know, we all have to be quicker and things. And sometimes we just don't have the time to, you know, try to understand the IP situation of these. But within the standards world on the sort of 3 people, that is not going to change.
Can I have 20 seconds very quickly on the point about softwareization? It's one of the few areas where policy is actually keeping up as well. So the work in the Commission and similar people on software bill of materials in networks is very advanced, which then means that you have full traceability. And then as a small company, you can also be identified as having value.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I just offer my thanks and on behalf of the audience to the panel, to Bo, to Dan, to Magnus, to Simon and to Ros. I think we've had a really fruitful discussion. I don't know what the world will look like in 2035, but I'm optimistic that we've got lots of brains working on it and that there's lots of, I think, coherence across the ecosystem about what we're trying to achieve. Innovation can be hard, but I think to Simon's point, let's not give up. We have to get there. So thank you very much and look forward to continuing that endeavour with you in DCIT. So thank you to the panel.
Right, what a great panel this was. And we have a challenge now because Catherine May said that we have a lot of good brains, and we do. And we are planning to get some of those brains up here to respond to the 2035 vision. But it's really, so we are going to be dressed or better dressed, softwareization, AI, and open source. I'm a great believer about open source driving value for the future, but that is my view and that was not in the panel. So what we are going to do now, I have asked a number of colleagues to come up and in 2 to 3 minutes, no more, actually give us a key technology, so deep dive on a key technology that we are developing here in the UK. Is that going to influence our view of what we are going to be delivering in 2035? Let's see. Simon Saunders, you're coming first.
Thanks, Dimitra. You love giving me challenges. 2 to 3 minutes on a deep dive on spectrum. So my name's Simon Saunders, and I'm an honorary professor at the Smart Internet Lab here at the University of Bristol, but I've been working really closely with a lot of our other academic and non-academic colleagues on the joiner infrastructure that you've heard a little bit about today. Joiner's being deployed, and you can see bits of it out in the square today. But there's a particular theme of what we wanted to do with joiner, which is around radio spectrum, which is, of course, the layer zero, the very essence of any advanced wireless connectivity or any wireless connectivity period. And spectrum, if we want to support growth in whether it's revenues or services or just activity, spectrum, using spectrum well is absolutely crucial to that. There are all sorts of terrible analogies for spectrum around property, that once you run out of property and they're not making it anymore, then you're in trouble. Spectrum's not like property. Spectrum's much more like oxygen. It is finite, but by reusing it, it can be unlimited. And actually, the government recognised this in their spectrum statement quite recently, saying this can create greater opportunities for growth by increased access to spectrum and ensuring that spectrum is not a limiting factor on the UK's economic and societal potential. In other words, that spectrum can be abundant, but it can only be abundant if we use and reuse it intensely and efficiently. To do that, we need to understand the very nature of spectrum much better. And actually, although there's been a lot of research in the UK on individual systems using spectrum efficiently, there actually isn't enough on the different systems that will share spectrum. So, to address that, we're building onto the joiner capabilities that the spectrum eyes and ears, if you will, that will allow us to really inform innovation in that area. So there's a number of functions. First of all, we're monitoring for spectrum, and if you go and visit the Joiner Mobile, as I am told to call it, you will find the first spectrum monitor that we've literally got our spanners out this morning and made work, which will build really large-scale databases for our machine learning to understand the nature of real-world spectrum usage. Secondly, we've created a big stack of software-defined radios and associated software, so we can replay those spectrum recordings and create a synthetic environment, but based on absolute reality, that will allow us to test whether technologies can cope with that spectrum usage. Those software-defined radios will also allow us to emulate systems that will work in that spectrum and to optimize the algorithms. All these things together will create a spectrum digital twin for researchers to work on. And then last but not least, we're going to build our own spectrum assignment techniques, which we will actually use in research. We'll do the real dog food thing to grab the spectrum for experimentation and to show to regulators around the world how that's done. So this is together creating the Joiner National Spectrum Facility. So if you've got an interest in spectrum experimentation, come and talk to us. Thank you very much.
He's going to be next to the Joiner Mobile in the square. We have two videos going next, correct, Mary? So we have Iman from Cambridge, and then we have Yun Tang from Cranfield.
Today, we are diving into the fascinating world of VCSELs, vertical cavity surface emitting lasers. Unlike traditional edge-emitting lasers, VCSELs emit light perpendicular to the surface of semiconductors, enabling compact and energy-efficient designs. VCSELs are the hidden heroes behind technologies like facial recognition, LiDAR, and 3D sensing. At the Li-Fi Research and Development Center, we are using VCSELs for high-speed data communication. We focus on the development of advanced VCSEL-based optical wireless communication, unlocking possibilities for a vast range of applications, from high-speed interconnects to satellite communication. In an era where LEO satellites are being equipped with cutting-edge laser communication systems, and with initiatives like Google introducing a photonic data communication chip during this year's MWC, our UK-born innovations are positioning the UK at the forefront of advanced optical wireless communications. We are not just keeping the pace with global advancement, we are setting the standard for the future ultra-fast, reliable, and secure data communication.
This experimental demonstration is a groundbreaking outcome of Project Reason, funded by Department of Science, Innovation and Technology. We worked with our partners, Compound Semiconductor Centre in Wales and Integrated Compound Semiconductor in Manchester, to define the parameters of these VCSEL arrays. These tiny devices are fabricated by our partners, and now we are testing them with our advanced experimental setup and signal processing techniques to show their huge potential for communications. So in this experimental setup, you will see 5x5 VCSEL arrays. The elements of these arrays are individually addressable. This is a unique feature of these devices that we never had before. So with these devices, each element can provide 16 to 20 gigabits per second of data rate. And you can imagine we can design an optics to guide the light into a desired direction. So in total, these tiny devices can provide more than 400 gigabits per second of data rate, and that's amazing.
We are working closely with our lab partners to take the lab-based demonstrations into real-world applications. We are designing advanced optics tailored to the unique beam profile of VCSELs, ensuring optimized performance and coverage. Our vision is to transform industries like immersive technologies, revolutionize data centers, and enable integrated sensing and communication for sectors like healthcare. Together, we're not just imagining the future, we are building it.
Welcome to the Joiner project. We are a research team from Cranfield University dedicated to realizing nationwide, reliable and secure PNT services through terrestrial 6G network. Access to reliable and secure PNT services is crucial for many industries in modern society. Most devices heavily rely on satellite-based PNT services, such as GPS, Galileo, GLONASS, and BeiDou. However, current solutions face inherent challenges, as satellite PNT services are not always reliable or accessible. For example, satellite signals can be blocked or significantly weakened by obstacles such as buildings, trees, or tunnels. This leads to signal disruptions, resulting in degraded positioning accuracy or even a complete loss of GPS signal reception. An even greater challenge is that many countries lack their own sovereign PNT satellites. If access to these services is disrupted, all connected devices would lose their positioning capabilities and the ability to track accurate time, leading to severe operational consequences. So the research question is, how to mitigate satellite reliance on PNT services at a national scale. Our solution at Cranfield University consists of two key components. First, for local scale positioning, we utilize integrated sensing and communication within the 6G radio access network. Second, for national scale timekeeping, we disseminate accurate and secure time signals from our atomic clock across the 6G RAN and the Joiner network. Today, we are demonstrating one key aspect of our project: how we can reliably and securely disseminate time at a national scale using a terrestrial 6G network. Cranfield University is home to one of the time innovation nodes, which delivers precise and traceable timekeeping using an atomic clock. The time signal is secured using quantum key encryption. Then, using Layer 2 tunneling protocols, we can transmit encrypted time signals through the 6G RAN to connected devices, effectively covering the entire mobile access area. On the receiver side, we have developed a time fusion algorithm that enhances time estimation robustness by integrating multiple time sources, including GPS, RAN, and a local clock. And finally, what truly sets our solution apart is the Joiner network. By leveraging the connectivity of the Joiner infrastructure, we can extend our time dissemination service from Cranfield University to a national scale. This means that millions of users and devices will have access to reliable and secure timing, even in scenarios where satellite PNT services are compromised. If you have any questions or are interested in our project, please feel free to reach out. You are also welcome to explore our research paper for more details. Thank you for your time.
Fantastic. Yes, I'm wondering if I should do that, but Bruno, you.
Thank you, Dimitra. Good morning, everyone. Bruno Clerks from Imperial College London. Very excited about this new technology we've been developing for the past 10 years now. As you all know, 2G, 3G, 4G are all communication networks. Future networks will not be only communication networks. They will actually offer multiple functionalities, with communication being one of them. But they will also offer sensing capabilities for new applications, for instance, for autonomous driving, where you really need to integrate communication capability and sensing capabilities. This is very important also to understand how to make use of the spectrum. Simon mentioned this at the beginning. if you have a spectrum that is limited, you have to understand how to make use of the spectrum in the most efficient way. And that means understanding how you make use of radio waves for communication, for sensing, and in the future, for far-field powering devices, for instance. In the past 10 years, we have developed new technology that is called rate-splitting multiple access that is really underpinning many of the new functionalities that we could have in 6Gs. And we have shown that actually we can have this new signal processing that will enable to have higher throughputs for communication and at the same time higher sensing capabilities. This is not just an academic results that have resulted in multiple best paper awards internationally, but it's also now used and acquired by UK industries and internationally is pushed forward now for 6G standardizations and is supported by DCIT and many other funders worldwide. Thank you very much. If you have interest in these activities, you're welcome to come to our booth where we will demonstrate how we can use our SMA, this technology, to do sensing and communication simultaneously. Thank you very much.
Just to say that Bruno is demonstrating his technology in the Marquette Square, so please go there.
I had provided some slides as well. I'm not sure if they will be shown. Thanks very much. Brilliant. Right, I'm Pericles Petropoulos. I'm coming from the Optoelectronics Research Center at the University of Southampton, and I will be talking in this very short intervention about photonics and fiber optics. Of course, fiber optics has driven growth in communications in the past few decades, and this has never been more true than today, even in advances in mobile communications, since we all know that all communication infrastructure relies on optics up to the final part, to the consumer. And today, indeed, there is a revolution brewing in this often unseen part of the network. This revolution is very much relying on advances in semiconductor and silicon photonic technologies. Advances there have enabled the miniaturization of photonic components, and now we have transceivers for communication systems that can deliver multiple hundreds of gigabits per second in a very small footprint. At the same time, advances in optical fiber technology allow us to use a much broader part of the optical spectrum than was previously thought possible. And this, of course, translates directly to advances in capacity in the system. The UK has a unique opportunity because it has placed itself at the forefront of these advances in both of these areas. At our fabrication clean rooms at Southampton, we fabricate small photonic chips using silicon photonic technologies, and we are also drawing optical fibers that make these amplifiers that release the much broader spectrum than was previously possible. And indeed, as this slide shows here, we are making completely new fibers. The fiber technology that I show here at the bottom relies on whole core fiber technology. So this allows the light to propagate not in glass as in the conventional technology, but in air. And this has some profound implications on the way that we carry out communications. And even though the immediate industrial goals is to replace the optical fiber with a better version of itself, these types of fibers, which are a UK invention and they are being commercialized today in the UK, this new type of fibers allows us to do things in a completely different way. An example of this was explored in the project region and the Federated Communication Hubs, where we use these fibers in order to power devices at the receiver end. This is a capability that we have lost in the network as we have moved to an all-fiber network, simply because optical fibers do not carry electricity as copper does. What we have done here is to use a strong laser beam alongside the communication signal in order to to deliver the energy that was harvested at the receiver side and power up consumer devices. This is something that conventional fibers cannot do because light and glass would interact in the core of the fiber, and it would be prohibitive. So I believe that the real opportunity with these new technologies is on how to use them in order to do things that were not possible before, how to use them in order to redesign the network rather than just scale it up. And this is what we will be pursuing in the future. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dimitra. Hello, everyone. My name is Leila Musavian. I'm from University of Essex. I would like today to talk about Doppler resilient waveform designs for the next generations of wireless communication systems that are also compatible with the legacy networks. Why Doppler resilience is important? We heard from the previous panel that we would like to have good connectivity in high-speed trains. A lot of use cases of the next generations of communication are very high-speed use cases. Like, for example, we talk about aerospace connected networks. We talk about space, air, ground integrated networks, which have high mobility that our current solutions based on OFDM suffers from excessive intercarrier interference and does not perform. What we are working at the moment is a new waveform design which is called affine frequency division multiplexing, which is a chirp-based multi-carrier waveform. In AFDM, the information bits are modulated over the discrete affine Fourier transform, which can be seen as a generalized version of the DFT of OFDM. It's important if we can build a new system based on OFDM because a lot of operators at the moment are using and running OFDM, so it would be less costly for them to change. In AFDM, by using the chirp matrices next to the FFT transpose matrices of the OFDM, we can upgrade the system from OFDM into an AFDM system. So without getting into the technical term, I would just like to summarize the 4 major benefits of this technology. The very first one is the big advantage in terms of the bit error rate performance compared to OFDM, and it's also competition OTFS, which is suitable for high-speed networks. So we see big gain in terms of reliability performance. The second one is that we see that it achieves the full diversity gain, which again, the diversity gain of OTFS plummets as the SNR increases to infinity. But the other 2 major benefits are that it can be easily upgraded from OFDM system, which is a major benefit for the operators. And also by tuning its parameters, an AFDM system can become an OFDM, so which helps for the transition time that we are running 6G system, but we also need to provide service to 5G and 4G systems that work on OFDM. So these 4 major benefits makes it one of the serious competitions for one of the waveform options for the next generation of wireless communications. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, Bristol. Our regards from sunny Belfast. We are at the Centre for Wireless Innovation here, and today we will be presenting our work on a novel technology called cell-free massive MIMO, which we've been working on for the past 8 years. So the problem starts from the very fact that current wireless systems are approaching their physical limits, and the structure that we are so well aware of, the cellular structures, are becoming kind of saturated. Therefore, we are proposing a radical change in the way we communicate, underpinned by what is known as cell-free massive MIMO, where we geographically distribute access points across large geographic areas. By doing so, we can avail of better signal quality, better fairness, and seamless quality of service.
The solution is cell-free massive MIMO, a paradigm shift in wireless networks that replaces cellular systems with distributed connectivity. Cell-free massive MIMO eliminates the traditional cellular structure by coordinating antennas across a region, providing seamless, efficient coverage and connectivity. Cell-free massive MIMO redefines connectivity with transformative benefits, such as connect everyone to everything, anytime and anywhere. They can provide higher energy efficiency and lower CO2 emissions, faster and reliable data communication. Simulations show cell-free massive MIMO achieves unparalleled performance under real-world conditions. These transformative benefits enable exciting possibilities for real-world applications.
We are now going to see how cell-free massive MIMO can be combined with other emerging technologies, such as integrated sensing communication, wireless power and transfer, and security. I would like to thank you once more for the great support, the great collaboration with the team at Bristol and other stakeholders. We have really enjoyed our participation in the regional project, and we are looking forward to extending this collaboration in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm Barry Evans from the University of Surrey. I'm going to talk about non-terrestrial networks and the part that they play in the future vision. What we see as our vision is a completely converged system between terrestrial and a three-dimensional satellite and high-altitude platform, UAVs, network in the future. As you can see, this is an innovation in terms of standards coming up, where we have at the moment different standards on the non-terrestrial and terrestrial. We're now going to combine them and have a unified situation and unified system. And what I want to do is to talk a little bit about demonstrating real technology is the key to actually achieving this by 2035. So one of the things we've been doing, starting from 5G, moving to 5G Advanced, and then moving on to 6G. 5G, we have at the University of Surrey, we have a 5G testbed network across the campus. We've actually integrated that network and backhauled it over the OneWeb constellation, the full operating constellation, with very good services, 5G use cases and so forth, etc. On the right-hand side, you can see moving into the next generation, 5G Advanced, we have a small kind of LEO satellite up there at the moment with regeneration on. The current satellites are actually bent pipe satellites. Next generation is going to be regeneration. So regenerative satellite with actually beam hopping on board the satellite. And we've recently integrated that back into the testbed network. You just about see on the bottom a Teams call that was performed over that network. So that's the kind of moving from 5G to 5G Advanced. And then other things, are how do we actually design these systems by looking at different network functions at different points of this 3G space network. So on the left-hand side, you see actually a situation where we have an emulator, but actually connect into that emulator real live network functions. So we can emulate a call. In this case, it's between a user on a plane through a LEO satellite, which is on the data planes, which is connected to a GEO satellite, which does a lot of the control stuff in the network, etc. And we can look at things like the handover situation between those elements. And on the right-hand side is spectrum. How we can actually look at the coexistence of non-terrestrial networks and terrestrial networks in the future, and what that means in terms of the equipment that we would use, particularly in adjacent channel interference. And finally, one of the things we're now doing is, at the moment, looking at, some people mentioned 6G. This is the 6G lab in orbit. So this is a satellite which is being designed at the moment, and is due for launch next year, which is a very flexible satellite, has processing on board, etc., regeneration, which will enable us to do things like, well, first of all, looking at NTN, NR over the satellite, both in a bent pipe as well as a processing environment, handover between an NTN and a TN, so satellite terrestrial handover, doing things like spectrum monitoring. So on the satellite we can do spectrum monitoring and also investigate things like mitigation of interference on board the satellite. And finally, looking at 6G waveforms. So all the work we're doing at the moment in terms of looking theoretically at 6G waveforms, this is where we can actually look at them in real life over the satellite. So that's the future. We see, 5G certainly, and most of this is actually to a handheld. So a lot of this experimentation will be done with a handheld. So we see by 2030, essentially, there will be 5G to a handheld, and by 2035, there'll be 6G to a handheld. Okay? Thank you.
Is Alex here? Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alex Mavromatis. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Madevo, a spin-out company, a spin-out startup coming out from the University of Bristol Smart Internet Lab. I'm very lucky to have as my co-founders, that amazing woman there, Dimitra. And our vision has been always to put together AI for telecoms that is efficient but also energy efficient. So the main value proposition of Madevo is that we allow, it's a B2B startup, and we allow companies to build customized AI agents and assistants on large amounts of data sets, on large amounts of data that is extremely volatile and real time. I believe everyone knows about networks and how much data networks are generating. So as you can understand, building AI for telecoms is not a straightforward task. And our unique value proposition is focused on building these AI agents and assistants for telecoms that allow customization, but also not the required training of machine learning models that takes days or a lot of hours. We do that instantly, and that reduces a lot the energy consumption of building these models, but also the scalability, because the AI that we're developing is focusing on adapting to the future changes of the networks. So that's what we do. We have some really great presence in different projects across telecoms. If you see a stadium in the marquee later, come and have a look at how this technology is being utilized. And as a final statement on the perspective of an AI startup on telecoms, it feels like a double-edged sword, where there is a lot of opportunity, a lot of data, and a lot of ideas that we can build and generate revenue as a startup. But the other side of the sword is the problem of energy and adaptation. Building AI for massive industries that telecoms is going to take a lot of effort and a lot of energy consumption. So it's very important for this to be efficient. If you want to find out how we do this, feel free to reach out to me, Dimitra. And again, if you want to see an application of this technology, come to the marquee, to the stadium. Thank you very much, and good to be here.
By 2035, connectivity will be more critical than ever. The rise of autonomous systems, immersive digital experiences, AI-driven services, and a hyper-connected industry will demand networks that are not just faster, but fundamentally more intelligent, flexible, and autonomous. Yet, today's telecoms industry is built on centralized, vertically integrated models that are expensive to maintain, slow to adopt, and limited in reach. These legacy architectures are bottlenecks to the next generation of connectivity. At Weaver Labs, we see a different future, one where networks are distributed, autonomous, and based on open architectures. At Weaver Labs, we are transforming how networks are built, owned, and operated. Our mission is simple: to distribute the investment of telecommunications infrastructure and enable more players to participate in an open and distributed network economy. We're building software that allows to fully decentralize the physical infrastructure ownership and create a network of networks that shifts the telco infrastructure ownership model to a more open, collaborative, and software-driven ecosystem. Today, we're pioneering monetization of private networks with a network-as-a-service solution using our platform CellStack, a distributed orchestration tool that allows networks to be fully automated and programmable. But this is just the beginning. Our vision extends far beyond a network-as-a-service. It's a fully autonomous, decentralized, and intelligent communications infrastructure. By 2035, we envision a radically different telecoms model, one where networks are no longer static infrastructure, but intelligent, self-orchestrating digital ecosystem. This future is built on two fundamental innovations. One is the distributed agents for network autonomy. CellStack introduces distributed multi-agent orchestration, where each node operates autonomously. This ensures real-time scalability, elasticity, and efficiency, and networks can expand and contract and self-optimize based on demand. The second one is blockchain for decentralized governance and infrastructure and monetization, bringing new commercial models for telecoms where connectivity becomes tradable, like cloud storage, compute power. Infrastructure owners, from telco operators to neutral host providers to municipalities, can lease their assets, allowing for greater flexibility and cost efficiency in network expansion. This is more than a vision, it's a revolution on how telecoms can operate. Weaver Labs is at the forefront of this transformation, ensuring the UK remains a global leader in the future of 6G, distributed networking, and next-generation infrastructure orchestration.
Right, we are missing Maria's presence in person today, but what a way to finish this session on deep dive. And I hope you enjoyed the variety and diversity of things that we are doing both in our universities and some examples from startups, companies in the telcos sector. Of course, we couldn't capture everything, and we know that. There isn't the time. It's just a sample of what we have and what we can do. So after this very intense morning, we are having lunch now. Lunch is served just here next to the terrace. I would actually like to encourage you to eat your lunch quickly. So you can go down the square and just interact and see what is happening there. I don't know, can people take their lunch outside? Yes, take your lunch outside. So I'll see you out there. And we are back. What time, Mary, we are back? In one? Oh, okay. Be back at 13:45. Fantastic.
way you look
I should be careful.
Yeah,
Wherever you like.
God, they're a bit sprung
Keep me up to date.
Julie?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Oh God, they're a bit. Oh wow.
They are quite springy, aren't they? Put a spring in our steps.
Hello.
Uh,
I don't know if I can.
Oh.
That's fine.
As far away from Simon as possible.
Why? These are awful. Can I just say these don't work for women?
You can't escape from assignment.
I don't think these again.
They're not so great for men either, to be fair.
No, not necessarily. Only if you want to.
No, I don't. I mean, you go ahead and do the...
I'll do that. Okay. I'll wait for a nod from Mary. Mary has nodded. Right, welcome back, everybody. I hope you made the most of the fun and games in the square out there. It's a really exciting environment. It's somewhere that's stimulating and not just in a nerdy telecoms way. So many good friends here too, who we've worked with over the years. Julie, you're standing there. Would you?
I refuse to sit on something I can't sit on.
Oh, yeah. There is a lot of jeopardy. These things are really springy.
Yeah.
Anything could happen here.
It's good. No, I'm really good. I'm good. I'm good to stand. Because I'm the same height anyway, so no, it'll be small.
So I have the privilege of moderating this panel this afternoon, which is great because I get to ask difficult questions and not answer them. But really theme-wise, what we're doing in this session is talking about what are these advanced networks for in the first place? What need they achieve for the future? And we've got a fantastic panel of people who will introduce themselves in a moment. But let me start by sort of setting the scene a little bit. So it used to be that if you wanted to know what were the key performance indicators of your wireless network, things were very clear. Number one, you wanted some coverage, because if you didn't have coverage, you didn't have any customers. So you threw as much coverage out there as you could possibly get. And then if you were lucky, some customers would come along and they would start to break your network by congesting it, so you needed some capacity. And then subsequently, you wanted to keep them happy and keep them with your network, so you needed your call success rate, remember that metric, to be in good shape. And that was pretty much it. And you could do all of your network sums based pretty much on those three metrics. Life isn't quite as easy as that these days. First of all, of course, data, and there's a bunch of data metrics that we then had to deal with in the interim. And for a while, the industry started to think about very elaborate metrics that would correlate with video experience and all sorts of other very application-specific things. And then they realized, no, we just need good data wherever we go. But we've moved on another phase from that to today, and that's very much the scene in which I want to be, because now the KPIs are rather more many and variegated, with latency and energy and sort of measures of consistency amongst the KPIs that we're dealing with. And then there's a whole new set of things which are being called value indicators, things like sustainability, safety, trust, inclusion, security, resilience. I could go on, and we will go on. So I really want our panelists to help us understand how those wider set of goals for society, for the economy, for individual customers are going to translate into the way that we design and build and innovate in these networks. And it should be that we're informed in that process by the experience of 5G, right? What can we learn from 5G that will take us into the 6G era? And I say 6G era very advisedly, because even just a couple of years ago, I think researchers were like, all of my research ideas will fit in this bucket called 6G. That's the future. Today, we're starting to crystallize what 6G actually is in a 3GPP context. And it is some of those things, but it's definitely not all of them. So we need to think about, a time period in the future where 6G is actually just one of the advanced networks that we're binding together, but we are thinking about a network of networks that pulls all of these things together in a wider sense to deliver on some of these KPIs, KVIs, etc. So with that as the sort of landscape that we're occupying for the next little while, I'd like to have our panellists introduce themselves in just a couple of sentences, their role and their key interest in these topics. And I'll start with Doug over here.
Hi, I'm Doug Pulley. I am CTO and co-founder of RAN Semi. RAN Semi does semiconductors for the RAN, so no surprises there. So we do chips for base stations, and I've been doing chips for base stations for almost forever, it seems now. And for my sins, in addition, I also chair the UK TIN AI Expert Working Group on AI in telecoms.
Thank you, Doug. And it has been said that there are too many Simons in telecoms. I think there are just the right number. What do you think, Simon?
On this instance, I think there is, yes. So I'm Simon Burley, so I'm the Director of Technology within the Communications, Networks and Communications Group within Ofcom, which is the independent communications regulator for the UK.
Thanks, Simon. And making a stand for us here is Julie.
Hi, Dinal. I'm Julie McCann. I'm co-director of Space, Telecoms and Security for Imperial College. And I'm very lucky. If you've seen on the front of your magazine, there's the Federated Telecoms Hubs, of which there are 4 entities. I'm lucky to head up one of those entities, which is called Cheddar.
Thanks, Julie. And Ian.
Thank you, Simon. Ian Smith. I'm the head of UK TIN, Telecommunications Innovation Network. I've been in telecoms for a very long time, so I've worked for operators, I've worked for vendors, I've worked for government, I've worked as a CTO in an altnet, and now I'm back sort of working and heading up UK TIN. So I've been around the block a bit.
Yeah, very, very much an ecosystem player, Ian, and we'll return to the ecosystem theme. So I've got just a handful of sort of broad questions that I'm going to invite our panellists to comment on, but I want to get a lot of input from yourselves in the audience, questions for them and so on, to keep them on their toes. So I want to start with where I finished off in that introduction around the fact that we should really know a lot of things about how to build these future networks, coming from the vast investment that we've had in existing networks, most currently 5G. Are we getting those learnings, Doug? And how do we translate them into the next decade?
Right, I think you've hit the nail on the head with the word vast. What I would perceive, and certainly from somebody who has to embody the standard in a chip that goes into a base station, simplification is, I think, the thing we should learn from previous generations. I mean, the 5G specs are very much, they're not even a menu anymore, they're a list of ingredients, and basically I'd like to, make standards decisive again. I'd like them to choose exactly what they want rather than a plethora of bits and pieces, because it then falls on to those people building equipment to actually choose which bits to put in. If there's far too many bits, it takes a long time to test them, to develop them, to interoperate them. So it adds cost or development time, cost of capital equipment when operators buy it. It costs money to operate it. It just percolates the entire supply chain. So I think simplification of standards, focusing on doing what we do best, do more of less, would be, I think, my takeaway.
Very much a less is more message there. Is that going to happen, though, Doug? I mean, I don't see 3GPP going. It's okay. We won't have that.
Well, I heard, and it was quoted to me that last week or the week before in Incheon that the 3GPP folks did actually acknowledge the problem, and as we all know, acknowledgement is the first step to recovery.
Thanks, Doug. So, I mean, that's very much in terms of what's inside the box for 5G. But Simon, in terms of what 5G networks are delivering and how to deliver future networks to learn from that, what's your perspective?
Yeah, I think from a 5G perspective, I think some of the key sort of benefits that it has brought, obviously it's brought new and additional spectrum in terms of C-band. It's brought along massive MIMO as well as an antenna technology. And I think also as well, the notion of disaggregation and service-based architectures, I think all of these collectively form the enablers for delivering networks of the future that can deliver higher levels of performance, more capacity, etc. But I think there is, like I said, these are the enablers, I think, for the way forward. So I think, when it comes to 6G, I think one of the things that we probably need to be mindful of is in terms of the use cases that were sort of set out for 5G, and I think that really was, if there was an example of, an example to attribute to the hype cycle, I think 5G is probably a good example there in terms of the hype that was set up for it, in terms of the use cases, etc., that it would deliver. But the problem, though, is that
5G has been rolled out essentially in two phases. We have the non-standalone variant, which is what has been sort of rolled out today to help speed up that process of delivering 5G out to the market. But in terms of unlocking those use cases, a lot of those use cases were dependent on a 5G core network. So those ultra, reliable, low latency applications, etc., required a standalone architecture, which is only now just starting, to make its presence in the marketplace. So I think when it comes to 6G, it's sort of a more sort of pragmatic, sort of understanding, the types of services and evolving the types of services that are important to people today and how they will evolve into the future, building that platform so that those technology enablers are sort of phased in at the right time to deliver on those use cases that are going to be important and key is probably something that we need to think about.
Right, and my understanding from the workshop Doug was mentioned is that there's a pretty clear consensus that two-phase version of 5G is not the way to go for the future, right?
I think there's certainly lessons to be learned from that in terms of then how you sort of set up, the expectations and the types of capabilities that we deliver. Maybe it's more about there's an aspect of the messaging as well in terms of setting those expectations to the industry and also, the wider economy, etc. I mean, we've all heard how 5G is going to transform our lives, generate economic growth, etc. So there's messaging aspects of things associated with this as well.
So you mean when you've got that 5G indicator on your phone, you don't feel the socio-economic benefit flowing through you?
Not at the moment, I guess.
Right, there we are. Ian, what do you think we've learned from 5G that we can take forward?
I think we've learned a huge amount from 5G, and I agree with what Doug's hit the nail on the head about simplifying things, because it's insanely complex. And I did chuckle when you're talking about those KPIs, because back in my network operator days, those KPIs were very, very important to me. And they're still important to everybody, and they don't go away. What's happened is we've layered on more and more complexity into these networks, more and more KPIs to manage. And the last time I looked at it when I was doing EE and 3s under the MBNL stuff, there was something like every day we produced a spreadsheet, well, not a spreadsheet, it was a format, a report, at 120 pages, tracking about 400 different KPIs. Now, if that's not complex and insanity, I don't know what is. So we really need to try to extract from that and make it much more simple. I think later on we're going to come on and talk about operations and things in networks, but it is really difficult from an operator perspective. And listening to the panel this morning, just before the lunch session, where we're talking about operators and their procurement cycles and how difficult it is. I think there's a reason we've learned from 5G, and it's that split between standalone and new radio. In that the operators who've got these networks have gone for the easy, cheapest option, which is to put 5G new radio onto a 4G network, and that's it. To build a 5G network, standalone, you've got to build a new core. New core complexity again, it comes with cost. So what we need to do is when we move to 6G is find a way we can have an evolution path that means we can just continue the work that's going on when we've got to 5G SA, that you can put 6G on it without having to re-architect your network. And most importantly, and this is the hard bit, if you're an operator, how do you get rid of your legacy? So how can we take those 2G, 3G services off, get rid of all that old infrastructure and move the thing forward so we evolve? And I had an interesting conversation with a equipment provider back with my 5G days, and I said to them, can you come and do stuff in the UK, please? Can we have another provider? And they said, well, we could, but we don't do 2G or 3G. We don't develop that technology anymore. So it immediately excluded them as an opportunity to grow our sort of vendor base and the supply chain. So I think it comes back to simplify it. Yeah. I've got to make it much simpler, much more obvious, much more way to evolve what we've got and grow it, and sort of the development cycles where we just bolt things on rather than have to re-architect all the time.
The weight of the legacy. And the legacy comes with weight in more ways than one. 4G and still 5G was still a pile of boxes. And I suspect, Julie, you'd be more of a software mentality in future networks.
Absolutely. So I think I am an odd person in the panel today, because I don't even, on many different levels, but I don't come from the 5G world at all. I represent that new sort of 6G outlook that has, the machine learning, the open source, the very agile systems, and yes, so it's softwarization could help. Complexity, I mean, machine learning, AI, and so on, eats complexity for breakfast. That's why we need those. I don't normally advocate using something when it's not needed, but this is where it's needed.
Oh, great.
And I think those tools are where we can help with some of this transition and to bring on the new research that we're all doing.
Yeah, very good. So lots of lessons to learn from 5G. Just one aspect that maybe didn't come out that I was expecting is so you'll remember, or pretty much the gentleman on the panel, you've declared yourself as not having come from that background, Julie, will remember the 3G era, where we called 3G for a while UMTS, and the U stood for universal. It was going to be everything to anybody. It was going to eat up satellite. It was going to eat up PMR and all of that sort of thing. Yeah. It didn't, needless to say. And I wonder if there isn't also a lesson from 5G about not expecting a network to be all things to all people.
Well, what was 4G called? LTE, long-term evolution. So again, we've gone back to Gs rather than trying. We've got this great idea about evolving stuff, but we keep having Gs which drive a whole new world of something.
Yeah.
So Ian, to double down on that point and move on to a slightly different area, I talked about this wider story rather than the long list of KPIs, also thinking about more what these networks offer to society and as much making sure you don't miss out bits of society. I'm thinking inclusivity, I'm thinking adoption. How do we factor that into our thinking?
Well, we need to learn the lessons of what work has gone on beforehand. The government has spent a huge amount of money on doing various programs, driving the 5G testbed and trials program, which was a great sort of testbed to show the art of the possible, to prove the 5G business case was one of its ambitions, and then to show that actually these stacked use cases can add huge value, be it if you're in agri-tech or manufacturing or health and social care, tourism, whatever. And I remember 2018, March 2018, coming down to one of Dimitri's other showcases here on the coldest March day I have ever experienced in Bristol. It was snowing, and we're out in the Millennium Square showing augmented reality of what it could look like, the art of the possible in the future. And we still haven't got there, and that's the thing we need to learn again, is that it takes time for these things to embed, to develop, and to adopt. And adoption of this technology doesn't happen on its own. It requires effort, and that's various events recently have talked about. It's not so much the technology, it's about the business case, it's about the mindset, and it's about the culture of adopting this stuff. And we tried to do it through the spending review in 2021. Other things were more important at the time. But here we are back again in 2025 talking about adoption, and the way this is going to move forward is to really start to think about how we can use this technology, the services and things it can provide to really change the way we do things.
So we maybe didn't fully learn those lessons, but we did fix the weather.
We did fix the weather.
How do you think about these different communities of use, Julie?
Well, I think it is important to look into these communities, not just because of fairness and nice things, but because this is where opportunities for new businesses as well. Yeah. So, for example, I was talking about this time last year to a bunch of people who were building robotic systems for precision farms. And precision farming is not just important because we can build new businesses there, but in honesty, we need to do precision farming because we won't get the food out of the soil to feed all the people by 2050. So, but they were building all these great innovations, but they could not uplink to anything. There was nothing for the, so that was their Achilles heel. We need to get rid of those Achilles heels because we're curtailing business. And we're also meaning that some people have it all and some people don't have it. And so we solve a lot of problems by solving these, what seem to be soft problems.
Mm-hmm. So vast tax, Doug, I mean, how does all this discussion about inclusivity and adoption and maybe safety relate to building chips in this space?
Well, I mean, certainly, I don't know as much about, well, definitely to do with building chips. The point, picking up on the business opportunities for if you can solve a problem. I mean, having spent far too much time in venture capital-backed organisations raising investment, investors invest in solutions to problems. If you don't have a solution to a problem that somebody wants to solve, not a problem you hope that they have or a problem they didn't know that they had, but a problem they actually have. So that's why businesses are successful. And in this case, adoption, inclusion. Adoption, listen to the operators. Listen to the operators. The operators are saying they've got no money. It's all too expensive. It's too complicated. So there's no point doing 6G unless you make it cheap and easy for operators. Listen to the users. Users aren't saying, oh, God, if only I could do a 3D hologram call. They are saying, I don't get coverage here. It's still rubbish on the tube, etc., etc., etc. So if you solve coverage once and for all, and you make it cheap and easy, and you spend the benefits of new technologies like AI in order to achieve those goals, then you've got a proper business. And chips are integral to that.
Yeah. Simon, I think Ofcom's done a lot of thinking on adoption and inclusivity. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's obviously of what we do in terms of inclusivity, etc. And it is just about sort of echoing the points that all the panelists have made here in terms of, making sure that you're essentially, listening to the voice of the customer and the users of these technologies, and then feeding that into the requirements that sort of and the vision that sort of sets that out. And I think, moving away from that sort of notion that it almost feels like it's almost like an engineering challenge with each new generation, where you're looking for, X times higher throughput or X times lower latencies, etc. So maybe moving away from that mindset and thinking about some of the points raised by the panelists here is probably a good way to think about how you go about setting out the vision and the requirements for a new generation of technology.
Which takes some investment, right? So do we pay enough for that investment to happen?
In what sense? In terms of
consumer prices are really low in the UK.
They are, and I guess if you do look at sort of like the data, I mean, we produce our sort of annual sort of quarterly market updates and reports on fixed and mobile pricing, etc. And the ARPU for mobile usage in the UK, is pretty low. It's like the order of like £12, I think it is, the ARPU. So, for operators to be able to invest in their network, maybe they do need to think about ways in which they can monetize their investment so they can drive that ARPU up to levels which gives them more freedom to be able to do more things with their networks and make it available in more places.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Can I come in there, Simon?
Absolutely.
Because it's interesting how it's very much consumer driven at the moment. And we heard this morning about the B2B piece not really kicking off. But from the consumer side for an operator, if you go back far enough, some of you will remember a concept of build minutes, which was a 2G concept where if you didn't carry a minute of traffic, you couldn't bill for that minute of traffic. So therefore, it was incumbent on the operators to build the capacity, to build the reach of their network so they could bill more minutes. Now, we've lost that with fixed price capped things, where there is no incentive now to build networks that can carry the traffic, to have the reach and everything else, whereas the best model for an operator these days is if I can offload my traffic for someone else to carry it, I haven't got to worry about building that. And then it comes down to, I think the UK, sort of slightly controversial with Ofcom, could increase costs for users to pay, give the operators more chance to be able to build their networks and scale their networks, and just think about it differently.
Mm. Yeah, it's interesting though when you talk about the B2B side of things, and clearly operators deliver a lot of B2B services, but arguably their networks aren't tuned for the needs of individual businesses in special places. So perhaps that's the same technology, it's the same concept that's being delivered, but it may not necessarily always be delivered by nationwide operators.
Yeah, and then there is that growing, and the work that's been done through 5G is amazing about the sort of the not just consumer but industrial and sort of the private sector, private networks that are growing, and the release of the N77 band, for example, really make that happen. You could have spectrum outside of an operator. You no longer required an operator to be included in whatever you're trying to do, so you could build those networks, and you can start to demonstrate. JLR is quite a good one to show that one, where they've built these networks and they're starting to run their own private networks. So using that technology and that capability, and that's kind of where the adoption starts.
Yeah,
how that journey begins.
Very good. I'd like to pivot a little bit to another concern that the public might have around safety, and it may not be immediately apparent what we even mean by safety there. There was a lot of, I'd say, a flurry of concern around radiation safety. There was a lot of that around Bristol as well as other parts of the country. But I think when we're talking about these key value indicators and we talk about safety, we've got a more holistic view of what that sort of trust in the technology might mean. That feels like a very Ofcom question, Simon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are people in the, one of our sort of priorities is leading a safer life online. So that's very much related to this. And there are people in the online safety group who are a much better placed to be able to talk about all of the issues associated with that. But I think from the thing that I think we probably do need to be mindful here, though, is that as AI starts to play a much greater role in terms of how networks are deployed and how they're operated, etc. They're going to be consuming, those sort of AI native capabilities are going to be consuming a lot of network and also our own sort of like user data to be able to train those models to, tailor and deliver those services that people need, to be able to optimize the networks, etc. So I think having that sort of trust and trustworthiness and transparency in, in how that data is being used, how it's being used in the notion of AI, etc. And also, when things go wrong. I mean, the one thing that we are, intently, working towards is those sort of like safe and secure networks. And so, when network incidents happen, etc. How confident are we that if AI has been at the heart of design, sort of using data to then make a choice, take an action that's resulted in a consumer, a consumer sort of impacted incident. How confident are we that that AI capability is explainable enough so that it can be audited, so you can understand the root cause, so that then the necessary guardrails can be put in place so it doesn't happen again, etc. Appreciate that we're taking sort of greater levels of human interaction out of the equation here, which can be quite a big factor in these types of incidences. So they could be lower, but how do you make sure that those types of incidences that happen in the future can be understood and prevented in the future?
Interesting, yeah. Feels like there's another aspect to safety, maybe for Doug, which is a link to resilience. In that, I mean, we've hardwired resilience and the network of network approaches into networks since 2G, and the emergency calls are handled across whatever networks you can sniff, not just your home network. How do you engineer that kind of resilience into future networks?
Heathrow Airport. Now, we haven't actually, there's going to be inquiries to find out exactly what happened, the rest of it, but never mind the cause. That one hub, the airport itself, goes down, huge knock-on effects, ripples everywhere, because there's too much functionality in one place. Now, I think going forward, there's clearly trends because of the current style of deployment of AI to move to mega data centers where there's lots of server processing, there's GPUs in order to do certainly RAN functionalities and other functionality too. Those become single points of failure to reduce potential resilience, or make it open to attacks. Also, the fact that you've then got to keep hoovering up data and taking them across the network, from like the edge back to a data center and then back again once you've retrained models, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of complexity you've built in there, a lot of attack points, and this, sort of a small number of highly valuable failure points. There has to be, and this is something that I think we looked at in the AI Expert Working Group in UK 10, the need for distributed functionality is very important for both laws of physics reasons, because of latency from getting from A to B, but also from that resilience against network attack. And so I think that's and that flies in the face of the current trend to move everything to a data center and stack it full of GPUs approach to life.
Yeah, very good. Any other thoughts on safety, Julia?
Yeah, so can I just pick up on this point? See, I would argue what you've just said is the opposite. It actually gives you more resilience, because it is inherently a distributed system, and nobody sends their data to a single data center, and data center managers tend to be a distributed system. So the whole infrastructure is distributed. You've made a bad decision if you've gone down a single data center way. That is the Heathrow, sadly, way of doing things. But I think there's an awful lot of resilient compute research and solutions out there that overcome those problems, but not even to do with telecoms, to do with compute more generally, that have been tested before we put telecoms on it. Now, can you remind me of your question again?
That's why I think you're good. You've addressed it very well, very well. Anything else here on the safety front?
I don't think there's much else to add other than that. It's incredibly important, and with safety comes reliability and resilience as well. And as you start to push these networks out, people become more and more dependent on them. Take rural communities, and you're using healthcare or social interaction applications, and people become reliant on that. You have to make sure those networks are available, even at the edges and the extremes.
Fantastic. I want to pivot to my last question before opening to the audience. Ecosystem. We are an ecosystem here. There's people from all sorts of parts of the landscape, and out in the square we've got school kids coming in and having fun with turtles and so on. What are your thoughts, Julie, about the ecosystem we're creating and what we need to do in the future?
So my thoughts are, obviously, there's people like me who like to mess things up and be a bit rebel, but I can't do this on my own. I need operators, I need support, I need users, I need the kids out in the field, because we need to have that community together to make this all work. We have a problem with talent, and it's getting worse. And so we need to nurture that new talent in, and it's great to see today that we're getting people enthused. It wasn't somebody saying there earlier they want the school to have placements in with the university. I mean, that's exactly what these kinds of things are for. We do need that. We also need a better mix of humans. So in other words, we need the people with talents in the likes of machine learning to come in who may have not looked at telecoms before, but bring all that brilliant knowledge about resilience and things like that that they have experienced. And we do need to listen to our users and our operators.
Brilliant. Ian, you have a reasonable claim to being Mr. Ecosystem in the room. What's the job ahead?
Pretty much what you described, I think. Yeah, no, it's absolutely right. It is an ecosystem, and some people don't like the use of that word, but it's exactly what it is. From the innovation at the beginning, through to developing products and skills, spin-outs, operators adopting technology, users adopting the technology that the operators have adopted, people ultimately paying for it, and then shows there's investment in it, and you go round again. And that's what we do. And I think there's so much cool stuff going on in telecoms at the moment. And telecoms is not a very sexy title these days. And why do kids not want to get involved in it? Because it sounds boring. But I got involved in it because I've been around quite a few years, and it's always changed. There's always something new coming along. You know, we talked about 1G, 2G. That was amazing. You could sit in a lay-by and order a pizza. That was groundbreaking. Now, you can do so much stuff, people take it for granted. What's 6G, 7G, 8G going to bring to us that we don't even think about yet? That's what's cool about it. And as you say, bringing in skills from other areas. It's no longer like old people like me who used to put twisted pairs together in a box and make the telephone work. It's about the softwareization of stuff and everything else. It's a different world, but it's an exciting one. But it's an ecosystem that needs to work together.
For sure. How do we build that ecosystem, Simon?
Well, I mean, I think we've only got to look around what's happening here today and also in other parts around the country at the moment. When you bring government, when you bring academia, when you bring industry together, you know, you can do some fantastic things, right? And I think, you know, just so following on some of the points there, I mean, connectivity, communications, etc., is the heart of everything that we do in our daily lives and how we do business, etc. So, building those ecosystems, building that talent pipeline, ensuring that we have the skills coming through, etc., is something that, yeah, we really do need to, you know, focus on that and make sure that we don't have any sort of like, you know, sort of slowing up in that process.
Great points, but I feel like it's been a UK perspective. Doug, I suspect your targets for your chips are considerably beyond the UK. How do you engage in that internationally?
They are. There is not a big enough market here just to make chips. I mean, what I was going to say is that I think there are people on the panel who are being far too modest about some of the great things that have been gone on in collaboration. Things like Sonic, that has been a UK initiative, is a fantastic opportunity for people to come together and collaborate and solve their interoperability problems and what have you. So I think the important thing moving into a 6G world is that carries on. It's really important that that whole open networking thing that has started in 5G becomes, you know, in at the start of 6G, not retrofitted afterwards, both in the standards and the collaborations that things like Sonic. I think another thing that in the UK TIN AI group flagged was the need for test beds or hackathons or whatever, where operators would open up things. And I know that's not their modus operandi normally, but to open up to third parties so that people come and test great new ideas that aren't necessarily to do with standards, they're to do with just things that you would put into a network which are AI-based, that need access to the data, to train the models, etc., etc., etc. So I think that's a thing that should be better in the future, and Sonic is a thing that should continue into the future.
Very good. So
if we only had something like that.
If only. Well, I'm currently doing the significant looks at DSIC colleagues in the room. Keep doing what you've been doing, whatever you do. You know? Very good. Now I'm going to open up to the floor for any further thoughts on this. How do we make sure that the networks we're innovating in for the future actually deliver on something that society and industry need? There we are. Right in the middle here. There's the microphones on their way. This is a BBC question that's coming, so I hope the microphone's high quality.
It's the R&D question, which might be a bit vague and wondering. So I've been working on kind of 5G for the last few years, and a large part of that has actually been me complaining to my colleagues who are working in the standards that I can't buy the equipment with the functionality that I need to do some of the kind of new and more interesting services. And it's things like sort of like, and also with the releases of the way kind of like the delay between kind of the standards and the equipment becoming available. And one of my colleagues told me that there's like this 80-20 kind of rule where 80% of the functionality actually in the standards doesn't make it into the chips. So, and at the same time, we've got lots of different industry kind of verticals who have sort of different requirements, but they're in a kind of chicken and egg situation where, well, actually, if I had these things, then I could do these things, and then I could basically kind of create a new service. And given this kind of this idea of simplification, which does sound a good thing and a quicker time to market, is how do we? One of the things I see as a difficulty is how do we collate what are the best things we need? You know, because each, you know, in the bit I work in, it's all about kind of like the quality of service, the time synchronization, those sorts of things. But and that's across a few others as well. At the same time, you only get kind of individual voices, and we don't have that much of an impact on the standards or the chip makers. And I think if we can find a way of actually collating and basically getting to what are the most essential features, that is something we really need. And a difficult question I have for you guys is how do we do that?
Yeah, so real tension between the diverse range of needs that different communities could adopt and the less is more simplicity that Doug's calling for on the chips. Thoughts, folks?
See, part of the problem is that if you make a complex SoC, it needs to have some hardware bits, it needs to have some software bits, it might need to have some AI bits. But ultimately, you have to dial up to get the right compromise of cost and power and all these good things. So you'll try and keep as much in software as possible. So somebody could make changes to the firmware and do specials. But in general, what's in the hardware is in the hardware. And, you know, it's very expensive to make chips, and somebody once said it's like selling ceramic tiles. You sell by the square meter. You've got to ship lots and lots and lots to recoup the, you know, tens of millions of dollars of cost in design, tape out, qualification, and the sheer cost of making the chips themselves. So it's difficult unless you can do something that's either applicable to lots of people, or it's something that you could do in software and you've got the wherewithal to change the firmware. That's kind of where we are, and probably why you're seeing the problem you're seeing.
I guess clubbing together with other people with similar requirements and buy more chips would be one.
Yeah. Buy lots of chips or write a big check.
Other thoughts, anybody?
Well, the softwareization is one of them. But also, I mean, it's not going to answer your problems now, but we're getting cleverer with manufacturing as well, and allowing more tailorization in manufacturing, where it still becomes cost effective. But it won't answer you tomorrow, but it might answer you in 10 years' time.
I'm not sure I recognise the clever manufacturing you described. But
all right, okay. Keep an eye out.
Good. Any other questions? Keith, yeah, just at the front.
Thank you. I'll try and phrase this distinctly. I mean, it seems to me that a lot of the potential for commercializing research we see in the Square and everywhere else in the country rests either on the telcos being able to completely change their business models to free up investment, or on investment coming from somewhere else. So a big 6G question would be, can either of those things happen?
That's a great question. Feels a bit Ofcomish because the market structure would be very different in that scenario.
Yes. Yeah. Very good question. Come back to me on that one.
Yeah. Well, what has Ofcom done to encourage and enable private networks?
Well, of course, yeah. I mean, liberalisation of spectrum, so creating frameworks so that people, you know, can gain access to spectrum, you know, for example, in the 3.8 to 4.2 band, etc., to then be able to go away and, you know, develop their own private networks to meet their own enterprise needs, potentially offer private services to local communities, etc. So all of those types of spectrum sort of enablers are sort of there, and we're continually looking to see how that can evolve into the future. I mean, one thing that we've not spoken about here, I guess, in terms of 5G in particular, is the use of millimeter wave. And so there is the process of sort of auctioning. Well, actually, it's a combination of auctioning millimeter wave in sort of the more sort of dense urban sort of areas, and then having a more of a shared sort of access license-based approach in those. So not in sort of in the more sort of rural parts of the country, or sort of outside of the urban areas of the country. So that access to spectrum is definitely an enabler for sure. Yeah.
Nice one. Nice, very good. And I mean, Doug, I've seen a lot of UK innovators have actually, the market has sort of naturally followed that wider range of demands, because there's a lot of selling into private networks, into emerging NTN networks, and so on. So do you see that need?
Those are certainly areas that have shown some decent growth, and clearly are opportunities that will help pull in investment.
Yep.
So I was going to follow up on the millimeter wave. You've got millimeter wave basic function communications, but when you bring sensing in, there's a whole lot of new markets there. So there might actually be other returns on investment in that regard.
Super interesting. Yeah, I mean, actually, that's not spectrum for more bandwidth. It's spectrum because you get a greater spatial and temporal resolution. There's a much more, fundamental physics reason for that.
And you can do more with it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's that freeing up the spectrum, isn't it? It allows, back to the use cases, different people to build the use cases. You're not incumbent on an operator thinking that's a good idea for their business to adopt it. You can start to drive that adoption. And when I spoke to investors, as I'm sure many of you guys do, they sort of say to me, the infrastructure networking bit is interesting, but actually, I think the real value to invest in is on the use cases, because they're the things that can really scale and really start to generate a return.
Fantastic. Now, there's so much more we could explore, but I've had the winding up notice. We've covered a very large range of areas, and thank you to my panellists for being good sports and taking the questions I've hurled at them. Please join me in thanking them.
Right, so we come to our final panel, where we are going to hear from sectors. So we have chosen creative industries because of what we are doing here, and we are partnering with our creative industry sector, healthcare, transport, manufacturing, and cities. And the whole idea is to have representatives of these sectors, and I hope they're going to tell us, do you need this advanced connectivity in the future? If yes, why? If not, again, why not? So we are starting with Claire Eddington. Is Claire here in person? Oh, hi, Claire. Please come.
Hi everyone, I'm Claire Reddington. As you heard, I'm the CEO of Watershed. We're a values-led cultural organisation, and our work spans cinema and creative technology. And in the last 5 years, we've collaborated on a very snowy 5G, as you've heard, 6G, the My World project, Bristol and Bath Creative R&D, and much more. We've commissioned and supported hundreds of creatives to use new technologies, create award-winning projects, and export them around the world. So our vision is based on the importance of togetherness, which fits 6G really well. We believe that to address the complex challenges that the world is facing, we need to develop new imaginative capacity. And the best way to do that is together. Whether it's watching a film, whether it's developing a technology, or learning a new skill, togetherness is what makes us human. It's what makes a hopeful future possible. So I'm going to play you a quick film about who we are, and especially the work that we do in the Pervasive Media Studio, and then I'm going to talk a little bit more about 6G.
Pervasive Media Studio is Watershed's collaborative research and development space, run in partnership with UE Bristol and the University of Bristol. Together, we gift space and support to a community of over 200 artists, companies, and researchers exploring ideas at the intersection of creativity, technology, and society. Pervasive Media Studio has developed an international reputation for creative technology, producing cutting-edge products, award-winning cultural experiences, and globally leading research outputs. We offer space to our community to work alongside each other, to take risks, and to try things out. Our residents work on everything from street games to robotics, in concert halls and community centres, on the streets of Bristol and in cities around the world. We make work that uses art and technology to imagine different, better futures. At the studio's heart sits a team of creative producers. Their role is to translate between disciplines, share resources, find audiences for new work, and care for people and ideas. As a community, we believe in responsible innovation, in being thoughtful about how we make new things, always considering the consequences of our work for people and the planet. In everything we do, we try to build a community where the widest range of people feel able to participate. It's about moving towards a more just world, and it makes for more relevant and exciting products, experiences, and artworks. Being a part of this community helps us to imagine alternative technologies and to think differently about how the wider sector and society operates. We believe that the ultimate hidden truth of the world is that it is something that we make and could just as easily make differently.
So, what does 6G mean for the creative and cultural economy? How will its connectivity, its computational power, and its immersive capabilities fundamentally change how we make and share creative content? We're excited by the possibilities for near instantaneous holographic content generation, for better real-time collaboration with our partners across the world, for multi-sensory interactive environments, mixed reality collaborations, and new ways to distribute live performance. This is a picture from Undershed. This is our new immersive gallery at Watershed, and it's the UK's only gallery dedicated to immersive art forms, to curating world-leading pieces for their meaning rather than because they're a technology demonstration. We're excited by the way that technology helps us to connect to things at previously impossible scales, to sense the environment in new ways, to form different relationships with living things that are beyond our reach, and to reflect the things that we do back at us from a different perspective. Bristol's famous for its cross-sector innovation, and one of the things we do really well together is work together. In the words of Harvard academic John Seeley Brown, to deliver innovation in a fast-moving world, you should work with people who are not like you. And I think we really, really see that happen in Bristol. And that's why we were delighted to work with Dimitra and the team in Bristol to commission artists and creatives to dream, to question, to critique and innovate around what 6G might mean for them. At the back of this room and downstairs in the square, you'll see amazing work from the creative community, offering speculative possibilities for a super connected world. Look out for Air Giant's Luma. I mean, you can't miss Air Giant's Luma. A really beautiful 9-foot inflatable soft robot scale, exploring teleoperation and latency. There's loads of people down there kind of controlling the snail, and you can get bopped on the head by it if you really want. We've got Tortoises Gone Wild, Studio Playful's brilliant take on the famous Bristol tortoise. There's 2 incredibly lovable cybernetic tortoises down there, placed in the urban environments, inviting a dialogue between the human and the non-human inhabitants of Bristol. Vincent Badu has created a holographic experience that demonstrates 6G's role in the metaverse, engaging audiences with the future of shared environments. And our Curiosity residencies at the Black explore tangible interfaces, wearable technology, sustainability, AI, and telepathy. I guarantee you won't have seen anything like them. Everything we do is underpinned by our efforts to create and to connect a community with the widest possible people to participate. So today is about sharing research and development with the audiences outside, to open it up to questions and concerns and to their ideas. We want to inspire the next generation of makers. We know young people need hard skills and knowledge, but they also need agency around making and around changing things, the flexibility of mind to try things out and to learn in a hands-on way. This is particularly true of technology, which young people we know are engaging with a lot, but where the inner workings of things remain a mystery to them, to their teachers, and to their carers. So today we're working with Fraser Meakin and students from 4 schools in a series of workshops exploring 6G and connectivity. The workshops provide space for young people to think creatively about the role of technology and develop key skills of problem solving. So as you've heard, our community is all about foregrounding the power of art and imagination to direct technology towards a more inclusive, playful, and sustainable world. But as Elon Musk has so neatly demonstrated to us, we must look very closely at the structures of power inherent in and around the technologies we're using and understand how they are limiting full and equal participation. Our inclusion practice has developed equitable models for recruitment. We use random selection to award residencies. We fund and resource rest in our community, and we look for non-extractive ways to undertake evaluation. Academics, take note. Our inclusion framework for change is a downloadable kit that supports researchers and practitioners to explore power, capacity, and resource in making change. Whoa. That one went weird. Okay, it should say, we might all be facing the same storm, but we're not all in the same boat. And that's a quote from It's Not That Radical by Michaela Loach. And I put that up there because technology is not just a concern in terms of equity. It's really hard to get transparent data on the energy use of technology. But the latest report from the International Energy Agency says data centers, cryptocurrency, and AI together are likely adding at least 1 Sweden or at most 1 Germany to global electricity demand. The impact of climate change is not felt equally by all of us. So to develop sustainable and equitable technologies, we must also center climate justice in our work. So if I ask myself the same question that the other panelists have been asked, I am super excited to have a hologram appear on the bar in Watershed. I'm looking forward to ideating with our partners in Lagos, Tokyo, and Seoul on work together in real time. But in 10 years, I'm hoping that the technologies we're hearing about today have not done harm, that they have unleashed creativity and connection, and they've supported the creation of a more just world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. And I think you said what we all needed to hear. And please engage with the residencies, the creative residencies at the back once we are having a break, because you were quite right. I mean, it's quite inspiring and different way of thinking. We go to the next one, which I think is Jess, to talk to us about healthcare.
Thank you, Dimitra. And yes, I'm Jess Ellis, and I am Programme Director of a 5G Innovation Regions project, which is funded by DCIT in the West Midlands, half of which is focused on manufacturing and half of which is focused on health and social care. So it is a pleasure to stand here today and talk to you about something that couldn't be closer to any of us. It's not really about the future of the technology as such, it's about the future of people when we talk about this transformation. So how do we apply 6G to the next generation of people to basically transform the way we deliver care, the way we support independence, and ultimately improve lives? So we've heard all the hype. We've heard about the faster networks, more data, lower latency, but it isn't really about the tech headlines in health and social care. This is about the people and how we use tools in front of us to basically build smarter, fairer, and more effective systems of care, and ones that actually work for people who need them. So I want to cover today, first of all, what could 6G do for health and social care if we get it right? And secondly, what are the very real challenges that we need to tackle head on? And then third, how do we design and deliver this in a way that is commercially sound, operationally possible, and human at its core? So we've talked a lot today about the potential, so I'll just go through some of the use cases which we've all heard and talked about, and we talked about them in 5G as well. We're talking about them in 6G. So ultra low latency that 6G will bring is, microseconds, not milliseconds, and, real-time surgery becomes clinically viable. There's examples of remote dentistry here. I'm not personally sure if I would let a dentist loose a robot in my mouth, but hey-ho. Obviously, it's all performed in real time, no lag, no delay, and it will be no longer sort of science fiction. It becomes actually, possible. Then there's Picture This, which is partly what I've been working on, but I'll layer on a bit more complexity. So elderly person living independently at home, their home is alive with sensors. So they're monitoring vitals, they're detecting changes in breathing and during sleep, for example, spotting a fall before it happens, and automatically alerting a caregiver or family. So not with a massive panic at it being a crisis point, it's actually with purpose to solve a problem. So that's not really invasive, that's actually intelligence independence that could be supported by 6G. Then you layer in AI and real-time analytics. So 6G, we know, will be able to process massive amounts of data and look at data sets with AI in real time as they're generated. So that would enable caregivers to be able to flag anomalies, predict deterioration, and then adjust care plans on the fly. So we're talking about being incredibly proactive, not reactive, which is where we need to get to. Then you look at the AI engine's capability, powered by 6G, to be able to be trained on years of clinical data and then scanning the live patient information that's coming from those homes. So it could start to spot subtle patterns, predict a cardiac arrest before it happens, for example, or detect early biological signs of Alzheimer's coming sort of 10 years in advance. So that's not about replacing clinicians, it's about giving them the insight and the foresight that simply wouldn't have been possible before without all of this technology. So then there's the training and the education angle with AR and VR. It can't be forgotten, where surgeons can rehearse complex procedures and train others in safe, controlled environments. And then for patients, you could see completely personalized rehabilitation in the home, fully supported, fully personalized in real time based on what was happening to you on a particular day. And then finally, access. I think if we implement it intentionally, 6G could bridge gaps that have felt quite immovable for decades. So there's specialist care delivered remotely or diagnostics where there weren't any. We could build equity through connectivity, but, and I think it's a big but, only if we plan for it. So let's be absolutely clear, this future isn't guaranteed, and the technology might be coming, but the impact that it has, I think that's down to us. It's down to the people designing and working with it. So there are serious challenges that need to be faced, and particularly in health and social care and that provision of that personalised care that I've just talked about. Because I think if we don't do it right and we don't get it right and start now, we will pay the price later. So challenge one, and it's back to access. I think that if we're not careful, 6G could follow similar patterns to other waves of major tech that's been released and widen the gap. So we'll have, those with high-speed connectivity and AI-driven care, for example, surge ahead, and then people without that technology or access to connectivity left like chasing the basics. So that's not really progress, that's sort of inequality dressed as us all innovating with the next best thing. So I think that there are already deep disparities in care provision, not just in the UK, but globally. And I think we have to ask, if we're going to apply 6G and this advanced technology into health and social care, will it narrow the gap or will it widen it? So challenge 2, privacy. It's been talked quite a lot about today, but in health and social care particularly, data isn't just data. It's, you know, your mind, it's your body, it's your life story in a sense. So with billions of devices exchanging real-time data about you and your home or your health or whatever it's tracking, the risk of breaches and misuse and even surveillance obviously grows significantly. So if people can't trust that the system's protecting their data, then they probably won't use it, they won't engage, and then the whole thing falls over. So I think trust isn't optional, it's actually essential. Challenge 3, I think AI and ethics, because who will write the rules? And I think if we're not careful, particularly in this sector, we will hardwire bias into systems that are supposed to care for everyone. And then we've got a complexity of the algorithm that kind of has the ability to hide behind a poor judgment that's been made by it. And then I think most importantly, we cannot replace human empathy and judgment. So we can support it, yes, but we can't replace it. Challenge 4 is infrastructure and cost. So let's be real, rolling out 6G is going to be very, 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 very expensive. And we've talked about it from other speakers today. You know, we haven't monetized 5G. We've got many regions, both rural and urban, that are still battling with patchy 4G. So we have to ask who will benefit and who gets left behind. And if the answer isn't everyone to who will benefit, then we've got a problem that we need to address. So challenge 5, and this is a big one for me, especially given the work that I've done on a very small scale, just implementing sensors into 1,000 homes in the West Midlands, and it's not fully integrated, and it's not supported fully by 5G. So just before I go into this one, which is very close to my heart, the challenges are operational complexity. So it gets glossed over, but it's the one that I think decides whether or not 6G becomes the flashy pilot or it becomes a real solution. So rolling out new tech, it isn't about the kit, it's about the people, it's about the process, and it's about the pressure points. Healthcare and social care systems, as you'll all be aware, are really stretched. The staff are under pressure, budgets are tight, and morale is generally quite low. So any new solution that we create or try to implement, and especially one as ambitious as everything I've just talked about, is going to have to prove itself. It's going to need clear ROI, it's going to need a business case to stack up, it's going to need tangible outcomes, and it's going to need results that hold up to scrutiny. So decision makers don't really want to hear about the hype or the vision of everything. They obviously need the viable, sustainable, and evidence-based solutions. And then here's the added layer to this, and I don't think anybody's fully said this in the room, but people have alluded to it. Right now, the network capacity already outstrips demand. The infrastructure is already ahead of adoption in sectors. So these future delivery models, like predictive diagnostics, remote rehab, intelligent homes, they won't scale unless digital transformation on the ground is ready to support them. So I think the real challenge, it isn't technical, it's cultural, it's operational and systemic. And it raises a huge question for the designers of 6G in this room and for those funding and commissioning it. How do we collectively stimulate demand? Because I think unless the service is ready and willing to change how they operate, we risk building something powerful that nobody is ready to use. So then the biggest challenge of all is actually not the tech, it's the change. So it's the new workflows, it's the new roles, it's the new risks. And change is really hard, especially when the system is already working flat out. So the real barrier to adoption isn't innovation here, it's operational complexity. And to tackle that, I think we need to design for the real world and not for PowerPoint slides. Forgive me, anyone who loves their PowerPoint slides. But we need to involve people. I think this has been mentioned as well. You know, we need to have frontline staff, care workers, patients, managers, engineers in the room together. Because if we don't actually design with them, we're going to be designing for a world that doesn't exist. It exists in our imaginations and our visionary PowerPoint slides. So, how do we get it right? Something slightly more positive. We start with intentional design, and we design for people, not just progress. I think, first of all, inclusion. So we have to prioritize underserved areas first with any new technology. We need to make it accessible and affordable and relevant. And I think if we don't, we create two worlds. We'll have the connected and the disconnected and those left behind. Second, privacy by design. It's obviously come up a lot. Security has to be built in from the start. It has to make sure that people can trust the system and trust the care that it delivers. Ethical AI frameworks, of course, transparency, accountability, challenge. Clinicians need to understand and question what AI recommends. Humans have got to stay in control. Fourth, human-centered design. Technology should help clinicians spend more time with people and less time on screens. So I think if it doesn't support compassion in this sector, we've missed the point. And then finally, real collaboration. So not headlines, not logos, real integrated design work. So engineers and care providers, policymakers and patients all in the room together, not talking at each other, but talking with each other. And it's not just about tech developers and care providers who have a role here. So if we want 6G or future connectivity, advanced connectivity to enable real transformation, then the government, NHS leaders, local authorities and infrastructure providers all need to step up and not just fund the rollout, because we need to shape the environment where demand can grow and to champion operational change and the workforce training and the policy shifts and make 6G not viable but valuable. Because this is the other huge learning that I have to bring to you all, is that the truth is that nuance is really hard to document. It doesn't live in strategy decks, it doesn't live in reports, it doesn't live in white papers. It lives in the day-to-day realities of care. It lives in the workarounds, it lives in the pressure points, and it lives in the human decisions that are made under stress. So we need to hear not just what people want, but what they're actually struggling with, what already works, and what must never be lost. And I think then we can start to have a real conversation about what the future looks like and how we build solutions that fit and work. So in conclusion, 6G I think is coming, ready or not. Somebody talked about 8G and I was like, come on. I think it was Ian. It's like, no, let's not go there. And like any technology, I think it's neutral until we decide how to use it. So used well, I think it can revolutionize health and social care. It could bring fairness. It could bring efficiency and connection and progress. I think used poorly, it could widen gaps, waste investment, and leave people behind. So the question is this: are we designing for what looks good on paper or what actually works in practice? So I think conversations rightly need to start now, but let's be really honest and let's be really bold, but also strategic, so that we can build networks and solutions that are human-centered, commercially grounded, and actually transformational. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the insights, Jess. I mean, real experience, extremely, extremely useful. Let's carry on with transport, and we have Michaela Nelson.
Hi everyone, thanks very much for having me here today. So I am Head of Future Telecoms and Digital Connectivity with the Department for Transport. And I've come to just give you a little glimpse into my world looking across, looking at digital connectivity on the UK's transport network. So digital connectivity is already an integral part of the UK's transport network, but it is very complex. If you can think of a communication technology, it's probably in use somewhere on our transport network. We're using all of the Gs, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, even some parts of the transport network are beginning to use 5G standalone. We're using all of the orbits. We've got LEO, MEO, GEO, all in the mix. We're using all of the spectrum from very low frequency up to millimetre wave. We're using shared spectrum, harmonised frequencies, licensed spectrum, unlicensed spectrum. We have everything from safety critical communications on dedicated infrastructure to passenger Wi-Fi in transport hubs like airports and train stations, and even on the move for boats, planes, trains, coaches and cars. Parts of our transport network are offering passenger connectivity using non-terrestrial networks or public cellular networks, and as I said, millimetre wave connectivity. Digital communications on the transport network are highly complex. Each user has their own bespoke requirements, and there are many different technologies in play. So what is coming next? We know that the need for wireless connectivity is going to continue to grow on the transport network, as it will across society. There's an increasing need to digitise more of our infrastructure, connecting up vehicles, infrastructure, sensors, with AI and digital twins, both to monitor, to automate, or even to control parts of our transport network. The use of and demand for real-time interconnected data is growing in the transport sector, like it is everywhere else across society. And improving access to that reliable real-time transport data can enable better decision-making, both for operators and passengers, improving the integration of the transport network and building confidence in public transport. DFT has already made some really good progress, I think, in facilitating the collection and access to real-time data with initiatives such as BODS, the Bus Open Data Service, the Rail Data Marketplace, and the development of the National Parking Platform. So I'm sure everyone has come across parking their car, realising they don't have the app, that doesn't take contactless. Hopefully the National Parking Platform will take some of that complexity out of what should be a fairly straightforward thing to do and never seems to be anymore. 5G standalone offers, many new possibilities that could unlock new opportunities for the transport network. With massive machine-type communications, we can link up millions of devices to remotely monitor infrastructure. When you combine this with the remote inspection capability that we can get from drones, we can enable predictive maintenance and improved safety across the transport network, but also across many different industries, from energy generation to manufacturing. With ultra-reliable low-latency communications, we can enable safety-critical comms. So when combined with connected infrastructure, this offers the potential to dynamically manage the flow of vehicles, to allow trains or cars to run more closely together and increase the capacity of existing infrastructure. Another growth area is connected vehicles, but actually we don't need 5G standalone or 5G at all to begin seeing new benefits that could be unlocked with vehicle-to-everything communications. Talking traffic in the Netherlands is probably one of the most advanced intelligent transport programs in Europe. It uses public mobile networks, 5G, 4G, to facilitate the exchange of real-time data between road users and infrastructure via mobile phone apps. The app works in the same way across the Netherlands and is a key element of the scheme. A key element of the scheme is a new generation of traffic lights that continuously communicate with vehicles via the cloud services. The scheme currently focuses on traffic information, but is scalable to include additional features such as tailored route advice, air quality measurements for zero emission zones, and movable bollards for selective access. But really, how can we embed something similar in the UK with the complexity of transport as a devolved policy area? So it's devolved not just to the national parliaments, but it's devolved within England to the Strategic Road Network and 153 different local highways authorities. So there's complexity just because there are so many different stakeholders. Digital infrastructure needs to be embedded not just into future infrastructure projects like HS2, but we also need to think about how we can improve the digital connectivity on the assets that we already have. We're going to have to retrofit a lot of transport assets with better connectivity. Lots of questions need to be answered. How can we move from patchy, unreliable cellular coverage to robust and reliable connectivity? How do we ensure that we have the digital connectivity on our transport network to support passengers and operators as they move goods and people across the UK? Here's a big one. How do we upgrade the 2G system that the railways currently use, which is called GSMR, to a 5G system called FRMCS? How do we ensure good value for money for the taxpayer as we do that? And how can we make sure that we're preparing the railways for the digital connectivity of the future? How can we support the development of cooperative intelligent transport services or vehicle-to-everything communication to provide drivers with better information about their journeys and enable better management of traffic? What communication networks are going to be necessary for reliable command and control links for drones or other unmanned aircraft systems? 6G is going to see the full integration of new satellite systems with terrestrial networks. How can we support this development to extend coverage to air, sea, and other remote parts of our rail and road network? As we improve digital connectivity across the transport network, we need to ensure that we're doing this in a secure way. This has been mentioned a lot of times before today. We need to be thinking now about where across the vast ecosystem of transport digital communications, where do we need to begin implementing quantum-proof encryption for our communications? There's a lot of work going on across the transport network at the moment to sunset the use of old, obsolete technologies like 2G and 3G and the public switch telephone network. This work will see vehicles and infrastructure safely migrating to newer technologies like 4G and 5G and all IP solutions. But this reminds us all that we need to think about how we ensure that that digitalisation of the transport network that we're seeking to develop is done in such a way that we can more easily upgrade infrastructure in the future. I hope this will mean upgrading software rather than a whole new swathe of radio equipment. I hope that it will mean seamlessly integrating non-terrestrial networks to augment terrestrial services. Hopefully we can have the sort of secure remote provisioning of eSIMs so that you don't actually need to send operatives out onto the transport network where it is dangerous. I think we'll want to see more efficient use of spectrum. We'll want to see sharing of infrastructure as a standard with reliable user-specific digital connectivity where and when it's needed. I don't think we need everything everywhere all of the time. I think we need the right connectivity on the transport network where it is needed, when it is needed. So having that really bespoke service, I think, is going to be really key. So we are looking at all of these areas in the Department for Transport. We're working with stakeholders across transport, government, industry, regulators. We're looking at the spectrum requirements for new use cases like V2X and beyond visual line of sight operation of drones and the 5G services for rail. We're looking at how we can share infrastructure and spectrum and how improved connectivity on rail and road might benefit other sectors. for example, agriculture. Lots of our strategic road network and our rail network run through agricultural land. At the moment, there's really poor coverage because there's no people that live there, but there's a lot of sort of new use cases that could, agricultural use cases that could benefit from an improvement in digital connectivity on the transport network. Digital connectivity on the transport network is a really broad church of stakeholders and technologies. There isn't a one-size-fits-all advanced digital connectivity. And the picture is probably only going to become more complex, but by working together, we can help to ensure that customers and operators have the connectivity they need. So that's a little bit of an insight into my world and the sort of complexity that I'm looking at across the transport network. You know, I'm going to be here this evening, so please, if there's something that you want to, a technology you want to tell me about or a thought that you have on it, please do come and find me, and thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Michaela, and I'm sure you're going to have quite a lot of follow-up discussions this evening. I'm glad also to hear that you're staying on after the event. The next one is Mark Funnell from the National Composite Center. Mark, talking about manufacturing.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. It's great to be here. Actually, it's been a while since I've had a chance to speak telecommunications since our journey on 5G as part of the Test Beds and Trials program. Let's just see if this works. I just want to introduce a little bit about the High Value Manufacturing Catapult. Some of you may know the National Composite Center. We're based here in Bristol, but we form part of the HVMC, High Value Manufacturing Catapult. Catapults are set up by the government to essentially help industry technology providers essentially pull through, de-risk and demystify technologies, such as the telecommunications space. Most of our work is on manufacturing, as is in the name, but also we work across engineering and some of the product portfolios. So I'll talk a little bit about the challenges associated with that. You can see we have a national reach and we have major assets. So we're one of the asset-rich catapults. We basically have big factories that do different things with respect to manufacturing technologies, and we drive innovation and technology and research. So in our cases here, you come and use our factories, come and use them as the test beds for your trials and programs. You know, if you're a technology provider, we're happy to have you in there to test them out in these things called Faraday cages, which are the factories of the future. This is where we sit. We bridge ourselves between the technology provision, so the stuff that's coming through from the startups, the researchers, academia, etc. On the left-hand side, where this early innovation and thought leadership, such as is coming out of this room today, sits. We position ourselves in what we call the valley of death, that perspective where we've got really great technology but haven't quite found the industrial applications yet, or don't quite know how to industrialize or get the adoption culture correct. And on the right-hand side, you'll see this is where the big industry use cases and users will sit. So today I want to talk to you a little bit about the use cases that link to engineering and manufacturing as part of our journey towards a future telecommunication landscape. This is a wind farm. I hope everyone recognizes them. These are the sorts of things that we are going to need in order for us to achieve our net zero agenda. They are out in the sea. This one particularly is talking about a floating wind farm of the future and what are the different things that we need. And you can see some of the features associated to that, the floater, the actual blades, the turbines, etc. They're made out of composites in the main, which is why I talk about it. The National Composite Center is one of the leading organizations looking into this. Why is this critical for telecommunications? Well, it's in the North Sea, or it's somewhere around. These are the sorts of things that we are going to need to do and have available to us in order for us to achieve a successful solution to getting these wind farms out into the product arena in the near future. And telecommunications or connectivity is critical to enabling resilience, reliability, and all the security protocols that will support these. My colleagues have talked a lot about the blockers and activities, so I'll just focus on three aspects within engineering and manufacturing. The upfront piece is product design. We need to get these products that are way more complex and probably don't even exist today out into the market as soon as possible. We cannot wait anymore. Okay, net zero is coming, and so how do we go about ensuring that all the information we have about the products that are out there today, we have that information available to us to redesign and accelerate our design processes? Okay, augment in design, AI in design. We no longer want to use the words design for X, design for manufacturing, design for sustainability, etc. We actually want to start thinking about how do we design from X. And what we mean by this is, do we have the data? How do I get access to the data? What type of data do I have today about how those products need to perform? And therefore, how do I bring those into my design considerations so I can ensure that I'm designing products that are more reliable, more robust, and higher performing than what they are today? The second thing I want to do is I want to extend the life of those products. I don't want to take them out of service. Why should I have to do that? I need to therefore know as much as I can about how that product is actually performing in reality and extend the life. That's the most important thing we can do for circularity. Keep products that are in the market out there for longer by ensuring we understand how they are performing in reality and how we therefore have designed them in the first place. Let's keep them out there, basically. If you bring them back, you are starting to add more carbon into the system. I'm not talking about not making new products here, everyone. I'm talking about extending what we have while we have the time to make these new products that we need for the future. Okay? There's an item at the top called materials discovery, for those who've seen it. So there are new materials, metamaterials coming through. We need to understand what these materials need to do for us. And again, we need to understand what the performance of the current materials are and start to use sort of AI and technologies to understand what materials of the future would need to be. So everything comes back to understanding what data we need, where can we get it from, and connecting to the information and data streams we have today. And a lot of that comes down to adding legacy sensors to existing equipment, but in the future, starting to design more from smart from the start is the words we use. How do we start to think about the products, not just the physical entity, but the digital entity that that product needs to have, this digital twin concept that people start hearing about? How do we design for that at the same time as designing our physical products? And this is the journey that we're going down in the high-value manufacturing catapult and working a lot with our users. The remote inspection and health monitoring is there. So for those who operate these products, cost down, how do we get inspection criteria? How do we get maintenance, repair, and overhaul sorted out? You talk about autonomous vehicles, autonomous inspection, these type of solutions. And you'll notice at the moment I haven't mentioned anything about the factory. So I'm talking about products in the first instance. The important thing here is to understand how products are performing and how we start to sensorize them and get them connected back into our design and engineering teams and back into our manufacturing organizations. If we talk about manufacturing in specific, we ran the 5G test beds and trials program. It was pretty successful. We tried to do the first standalone aspect 2022-23 timeframes. We have written reports on that, and I'm sad to say that we have stepped back and gone back to Wi-Fi. The reason being, it comes down to operational cost and skills. I think a lot of people talk about cost, and we talk about skills. And this is not about the skills of the technologists to really understand what they need to have in their factory. It's actually about the IT organizations that you're going to ask to manage that network that you want to put into their factory in the future. And all of them are sitting there going, what's wrong with what I have today? Okay? And this slide is a little bit, if it goes. So, talking specifically about factories, we talk about resource effectivity and efficiency. Resources being materials, in terms of material waste. How do we make sure that we manufacture with the right amount of materials and don't make any mistakes? Okay. We talk about machine efficiencies and effectivities, the energy consumption and the utilization of energy. So how do we monitor energy usage in our facilities? And we talk about human resources. How do I make my workers as efficient and effective as possible? So you can see what I've got there. I've boiled it down into one key thing that I would love future telecommunications connectivity to achieve for us, and that is massive machine connectivity and massive research connectivity, which is where low latency, high upload and download speeds. We had a problem with upload. Remember, we have a lot of videos and video streams going on when we capture stuff in manufacturing. The upload speed is as critical as download speeds. Okay? Lights off factories, this concept of having autonomous systems where factories can not really need human intervention in the future is possibly a reality. It's something we absolutely are looking at. cobotic solutions, autonomous systems in such factories. You've all seen Ocado, you've all seen the Amazon warehouses. These are the reality of today. This is where massive machine connectivity and decisions are being made. But then if you take half a step back, there is always going to be and will be workers in the factory. How do we ensure that the autonomous systems that we're creating, which have these safety and health concerns in them, can co-create, collaborate with the humans? So cobotics, not robotics. And we talked a little bit about the in-field and autonomous inspection and repair scenarios. These are all things that require us to have the connectivity of the future. And we are struggling with them today. And bearing in mind, as I said, the factory is a Faraday cage. We tend to have private networks because you'll see the blockers at the bottom there. Security, information is critical. It's where your commercial IP sits. It's where attack vectors of the future will come in. So if you are adding more and more sensors into your manufacturing systems, and you are coding your manufacturing systems from elsewhere using a control center of some nature, and imagine if that system is intercepted and the machine codes that you expected to have are now wrong because someone's managed to get in there, and all of a sudden you've made something that might be slightly off, but you don't quite notice this, and it gets out into reality, and all of a sudden the aircraft falls out the sky. These sort of things are not what we want to happen. So the ability to have real reliability, robustness, and security of communications, and I'll talk specifically about operational technology, that being the machines, the robots, and the systems that we have inside our factories is uber critical. Okay? Yes, we have safety considerations and protocols in place, so don't worry about it of today. But as we add more devices in the future, these systems need to become way more reliable and resilient in terms of those attack vectors. And then I'll come back to this word technical debt. You may never have heard it before, or maybe you have. Today, I already have an incumbent system. This is not me talking, this is my IT teams. Why would I need to go and change to something new, which means a brand new cultural change program, a whole new, buying new capital equipment, installing new networks, and actually that's okay. The upfront capital costs, we're okay with that. It's the long-term sustaining, maintaining, and keeping the lights on of that factory that becomes really critical, because you're talking about personnel that need to be there or not. So software-oriented networks, really, really important for the future. But making sure that the cost base, the return on investment, the business case, all the things that we've talked about today are absolutely at the forefront of what we're creating. Okay? At the end of the day, the underpinning thing is the business process and techniques, but absolutely critical is making sure the IT teams that are going to use your networks in the future understand how they should be operating it. What's the benefit to them and what's the benefit to that headcount? I'm not sure we've touched on that much today, and it is a skills agenda, but it's also what we call the C-suite skills agenda, as in getting the CTOs, the CFOs, and the CIOs understanding what the new overhead, because it is an overhead to the business, needs to look and feel like. And as we design and get these technologies in, let's make sure we keep that in tow. I think that's all I wanted to say, Dimitri. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Mark, and I would need your last slide on requirements. Please send it over, and actually, good decision, going for Wi-Fi. So that's good to know. Last but not least, Paul Wilson. He's going to talk to us about cities.
Thank you, Dimitra. The first thing I want to do is to say thank you to Dimitra for bringing us all together. Hasn't she done well? Let's give her a round of applause, I think. I think this is collaboration amazing. So given I'm last and you've all been sat for a long time, I'm going to do a little bit of an interactive thing. So please, can you all stand up? Everyone up, including everybody who's online in Cambridge, Belfast, London. Standing up, please. Stand up, stand up. No sitting down, standing up. What I want you to do is to see someone you don't know their name and go and just say hello. And this is going to help for later on when it's drinks time, that you'll have met a friend. And you can ask them a bit later, who are you and what does it do? So just find someone you don't know and share names. Now, I want you to keep standing, but shush now, but stay standing. All right. Now, if you live in a place which has less than 10,000 people in it, like a village, you can sit down. Sit down if you've got, wow, what a lot of village dwellers we have. Stay standing if you live in a bigger place. Thank you, thank you. Only if you live somewhere with less than 10,000 people. Otherwise, stay standing. I'm sure there's an awful lot of sort of rural dwellers here. I'm surprised, actually. Interesting. Right. If you live in somewhere that has 50,000 people or less, you can sit down. Yeah, that's more believable. In Britain, we call the smallest city has about 50,000 people in it. So we're now entering small city territory here. 50,000 people. Very good. Right, next, 250,000 people. Now, if you live in Bristol, I'll just give you a clue. It's more than that. Yes. So if you live in Bristol and you don't really know, the answer is stay standing. But if you're from Bath, sit down. Or that's about 90,000. Gloucester, sit down. I don't know. We've got stay standing, I'd say, if you don't know. Right, now we're getting there. About 500,000 people. Gosh, there's a lot of countryside people here. I'm quite surprised. My game isn't slightly working.
No, it's not working at all.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. 1 million people. Now, if you're 1 million people, you're in one of Britain's core cities, probably. And if you're in London, stay standing. Right, we're going to go to London. London dwellers. Very good. Very good. So there's like 9 million people in London, or 15 million, depending on what you're counting. So you must be, is there anyone standing who doesn't live in London? No one from Europe, America? Okay, good. Thank you very much. We'll move on. Now, today, there are about 35 cities of 10 million or more. There will be something like 64 cities of 10 million or more by 2050. So those million cities, about 500 cities of 1 million people. There will be 1,500 cities of 1 million people by 2050. What does this mean? It means that if we think at the big picture is the world is covered with water mainly. 72% of the earth covered by water. The rest, 28%, obviously, by land. Cities cover about 3% of the Earth's surface. It's amazingly densified, isn't it? Interesting. So what happens in that 3%? And now if you've got some big challenges that you need to address, thinking about what we do with that 3% of the Earth's surface is an interesting way to tackle big challenges. About 80% of the world's GDP is made in these cities. It's where most comes from. And the vast majority of greenhouse gases is also created in these cities. Every single week, 1 million more people move into a city than was the case the week before, born into or move into the city. So if you want to tackle issues like climate change, you really need to think about what's going on in these cities. If you want to think about growing the economy, you actually need a lens around city management, not trying to do everything from London, perhaps. Actually empower those cities to be their own strong economic actors. What else do we know? Half of humanity lives in a city. In fact, it's 55% at the moment. Since 2012, it's about half of humans who live in cities. Global population, 7 billion. Do you know, when I was born, the population was 3.5 billion. And I'm not that old. So when I was born, 3.5 billion. Today, 7 billion are doubling. By 2050, it will be 10 billion. Another quarter of people to be born. What we heard earlier was talk of demographers saying that actually it's quite hard to know what happens after that, but probably it goes down after that. So this 3% is incredibly important. What does it look like? Well, we've heard from the Department for Transport about issues on networks and congestion. The two biggest contributors to greenhouse gases in cities are buildings and transport. Perhaps that's nearer to home. Who's not experienced that at Oxford Street, Oxford Circus? I've certainly experienced it when you can't get into the tube anymore. And then bringing it up to the current time. What happened in Valencia in October this year? Something that was very hard for us to imagine in a European city that many of us had been to. 200 people dying, and astonishing scenes that are shocking, aren't they? Just shocking. And then what happened next? Oh, we were all somewhat shocked again in January, weren't we? When we had fires in Los Angeles. And I actually only had the picture on the right-hand side until last week, which was about our dependency on utility infrastructure with flooding. And then lo and behold, a fire took out Europe's biggest airport just last week. Do we see a bit of a common theme coming here? Also, Jess was talking about health and social care. At the same time, we are all aging, and we're all getting older. So many people getting older over 60 that the younger people will not be able to provide the care that those older people, I will be one soon, who needs. So what do cities want from 6G? That's the exam question. Well, it's time to stop talking about sustainability, in my view, and to get a bit more serious and talk about regenerative economics, regenerative systems, before we get to those tipping points and everything starts to go wrong at scale. Here's 9 stories from Smart Cities World, where I chair the advisory board. The first is from Bristol. It's a district heating loop where we take water from the city, from the river in the city, and it's a very large-scale geothermal heating system distributed around the town using sensing. I love the one in the middle at the top. This is a mussel in Poland. Mussels are very sensitive to water impurity. So when the water gets impure, they close. What they do in Poland at mass scale is they attach a little IoT sensing device to the mussel, so when its shell closes, water purification starts to happen. Talk about a partnership between nature and technology. Don't worry, the mussels are really well looked after. No mussels died in the making of this clean water. It's an incredible story to using nature and a partnership with nature. And in the course of the day, I've loved it, but I've been intrigued to hear how little we've talked about partnering with nature. We did talk about, inclusiveness with people with, low incomes, but nature didn't feature. As we all know, we're in a nature crisis. Jess did a fine job talking about health and social care, and there's been superb test beds for 5G in Liverpool and West Midlands. Urban tree canopy management is a big issue for cities. Again, using LiDAR and drones, clever ways to do it, but it matters more and more. Digital twins for housing retrofit at scale, so we can monitor the energy implications of the housing retrofit that we need. Some cities are thinking about dynamic air quality management, where they actually have a response to traffic. More people die in Lahore today from air quality problems than they did during the COVID crisis. The air quality in some of those cities is astonishingly awful. It's not just a bit bad and annoying, it's unbelievably awful. So cities are looking at using tech for that. I loved Mark's example of the manufacturing, and 5G ports became one of the big success cases of 5G, private networks, didn't it? Autonomous vehicles, where the land is owned privately and we can drive autonomous vehicles around for logistics. Big success story. It's good news. I also really liked listening to Michaela on transport, but thinking about, my little beef here is why on earth, we've got these fabulous IoT devices called scooters, but why can't they be intelligent? They're IoT devices. So why don't they reconfigure on demand and move the parking spaces around? But that's a personal little bugbear. Then we'll go to the last one, creativity. So many good examples below, and fantastic to hear from Claire on the importance of creativity in cultural development and technology in cities. And I've played with the snail outside in Luma. It's great. Go and have a go. Here's Dublin connecting to New York. in a portal. And if you know what happened next in that story, it's quite funny, isn't it, really? So, do we need another 5G testbeds and trials program? That's what I, in a way, have been showing you. And I've been listening with great interest all day long to those in the room who led and took part in those different 5G trials programs. And I kind of loved the fact that someone said, I don't want everything everywhere all at once. And I knew I had coming up is what we need is everything everywhere all at once. Because if you're a city and you're thinking about resilience and you're thinking about the heterogeneity of all of these things at once, what you want from your network is you want everything everywhere all at once. The disappointment is the complexity of doing all this. This is what Antonio Guterres said about what do we do in the face of the climate crisis. You see at the United Nations now talking about the cityverse as this kind of next wave of the naming convention for the smart cities, digital twin type movement. So in conclusion, what do cities want from 6G? Well, we want, I really liked what Julie from Imperial said. I was on her side. What we want is we need software-defined networks. We need edge computing and open RAN. We need AI operations because I get it, it's really complicated. It's so complicated that not one of our minds is capable of holding all of this in our heads at the time. Our heads, we think we're clever, we probably are, but our heads start to explode with the complexity. So what we need is help on artificial intelligence. Now, it could, I get that lots could go wrong next at scale. So we have this new thing in our toolkit to play with in AI and AI ops, and we need to develop it responsibly. But we can't do the things that we need to do unless we start using AI. We need sliceable network as a service and platform as a service. And I loved at the start of the day hearing about that from BT. What we really need is leadership on data sharing. There's a superb project I've been involved with about data sharing between utilities, power, telecoms, water, around climate events, so that at those critical moments, there's data sharing going on. So one utility can find out from another what's going on in real time. And at that time, they begin to share data. We need leadership on digital ecosystems and security management. Great to see the quantum key encryption at the start of the day, so exciting. And we must be energy management obsessed. Telecoms takes up somewhere between 2 and 5% of the country's electricity supply. It's a large user of energy, large. So it has to become an obsession. It's kind of sick to think we're going to solve all these problems by things that are energy hungry. We must make it an obsession to think about energy use. The last thing I want to say is so good that we don't yet need more pilots. What we need is joiner and reason. We need that because it's the design of it that matters the most. It's collaborative. It's not command and control. It's not top down. We need collaborative work. That's the only way we get there. We need a new culture of working. And I love the way that joiner is designed in that multi-collaborative environment. It's brilliant. We need shared test beds. We need federation. And we've got the triple helix of government, industry, and academia working together. And that's what we need for 6G. Thank you very much. We need less of this and more of that. That's the end.
That's the end? Yeah. Thank you, Paul. My brain is exploding. And by the way, disclaimer, Paul is not on commission. Thank you for your comments on joiner. They came quite unexpectedly, but thank you. I also believe that we need more things like joiner, open and collaborative. Now I have to make a confession. I lost my notes for my closing statement. So if any of you find it, please bring it back to me. So I'll go rather quickly. And this is actually, there's one more talk coming after me. And then we are having quite a lot of free time to go out, enjoy more of what is happening outside, and of course, socialize more. And I think that after the day, we need the time. I personally enjoyed very much the day, and so many different perspectives. I thought that the discussion was open, transparent. We all spoke our mind, and we have quite a lot to process. Thank you very much to everybody that actually participated as speakers, panelists, and as audience. I hope that you feel as rich inside as I feel at the moment. So thank you very much. The second thing, and I would like, because I don't have my notes, I would like to reflect on something that I have been thinking the whole day. And what I have been thinking is only at Bristol, yes? So what happens here, yes, it was not your typical workshop, but it was not that unusual. It was very, very good, but it was not that unusual. What happens out there is actually unique, and is only at Bristol, and I think Claire tried to say something around those lines. Because what we do at Bristol, and we made this a form of art, is we take early prototypes, we bring them out there to be experienced by the public. We almost invented and actually perfected the whole notion of experimentation in the wild. That's what we are doing. And this is because, not because of University of Bristol, though University of Bristol is brilliant, by the way, but it is because of our public. Because our public is really engaging. It is curious, it is challenging, but also quite creative. And I was looking actually out the square. The majority, it was Bristol public. And they were actually our citizens, our school kids, that they got stuck and participated in the conversation. And you know, this is where you start getting the public to become a stakeholder. And further than that, you start getting the public to become a co-creator of the next generation of technologies, because they are more open thinking than ourselves in the sector. They don't think about spectrum. Yes, they don't care if it is a RAN or if it's a Wi-Fi. You know, they are just engaging about the future and the conversation about the future. And today we've given them a glimpse. And what I would like to say is that we are planning a couple of legacy pieces of what happened today, because we don't want to lose the momentum. And we would like actually to build on the public engagement that we started today about advanced connectivity, about 6G, about future telecoms, however we call it, there is a future that we are building. And we would like actually the public to be part of this future and guide our innovation, guide our thinking. So this starts today. I'm not promising another Connected Futures Festival, has been exhausting, but it actually gives us that opportunity to make these connections between ourselves and our sector and the public. And I think that has been a quite significant moment for making this happen. And I stop here because you heard a lot from me, and I would like to invite our Pro-Vice Chancellor of Research, Professor Guy Poppy, to actually come and close the event.
Yeah, thank you, Dimitra. And actually, I've made some notes myself because I thought, I'm so used to reading notes that are written for me, I thought it'd be nice for me to write something myself about my reflections on what I've seen today. And I'm relatively new in Bristol, and previously I was a Chief Scientific Advisor and then worked actually for one of the UKI organisations. And actually, why I came to Bristol and is precisely what we've seen, I think, in this festival. I think the combination of the creativity, the imagination, the excitement, the enthusiasm of the city, the region, and the role that the university plays in that, I think is here amongst us all today, and I think it's really, really exciting. In my own area, which is in food, and how do we create a world which actually people don't go hungry and they have a healthy diet and from a healthy planet. You know, I've heard so much about the important role, all the work that you are undertaking in that. And I think you can list many of the huge challenges facing mankind, and what you are doing will actually play an important role in helping that. It's interesting hearing about the 7 billion citizens. I gave a talk to a school of fine art on when the 7 billionth person was alive on planet at the same time. And towards the end of my talk, somebody got up and said they're going home to have several bottles of wine because they're very depressed. And I sort of thought to myself, well, you know, what's going on? They said, well, you know, what do we do about this? You know, what do we do about this? And I said that, you know, I was optimistic because humans are so imaginative and they're so innovative, and actually co-creating with the public, with the private and the third sector, we will think of ways in which we can actually address the urbanisation, the challenges of air quality, the challenges of clean water, and all of these things that face us. And they ran a competition around illustrating this. And you know, the winner of that competition had a piece of artwork which was completely comprised of QR codes that took you to a piece of information about 7 billion people living on planet Earth. And that became a little bit viral. And I kind of latterly said to them, you know, what you have done using the medium of art with that information away, which then is kind of all that digital connectivity, which people can read about, has much more impact than me giving the odd lecture in a school of art. Hopefully it stimulated them. But, you know, I think it speaks to the fact of what, you know, what is going on and why it is so important. I mean, you know, I'm old enough to remember when when the first phones came in, and it was an interesting time then because basically few people had them. They were potentially not very handheld, and they actually relied on people having landlines at home to be able to speak to them. It's interesting now how that situation has so dramatically changed. I mean, it's hard to imagine, you know, then what we can actually see now. So I think if we look to the future, and I've been around some of the exhibits, etc., here, you know, that's why I think we can be optimistic about the future. As Dimitra said, I think the other thing is the amount of young people. They are the future, and I think it's our role to try to actually offer the technology, some of the guidance, some of the mentoring that's possible for them to actually move forward and use the technologies and etc. to sort of save some of the aspects of the planet, which, you know, I come from a kind of an environmental type background, which are really facing quite dramatic change. And technology and innovation can actually help address that in my own world of food. The fact is, farming can be a solution to climate change, not a cause of climate change, but it will need sensors and smart farming and smart technology to allow that to happen. So just to close, you know, I look forward to kind of to the future. I look forward to kind of working with you and all of your roles and the role of a university like Bristol and a city like Bristol means that I think we can go forward on this journey with optimism. If Dimitra does ever the energy to create one of these, it would be interesting to reflect back in terms of what has changed in a relatively short period of time. But I would just urge you all that I think the combination, and you mentioned earlier about the government, the private sector, the university sectors, and I think importantly the third sector or the public and the community working with that to change the future. Because if we do it together, then I have scars on my back from the very early discussions about genetic engineering. And interestingly, when I was talking about that once on the BBC, it was an issue in which no technology is good or bad. It's how you use it. And what you therefore need to be able to do is regulate it appropriately, determine what you want to use it for, ensure that you try to stop it being used inappropriately, and you kind of you excite and get more and more people to do it, so it's in the hands of many and not the few. So thank you, Demetra, for a wonderful day. I've really enjoyed myself. Thank you.